Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it, and it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself, and this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windflow Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silva Matos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, and welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from the shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping control environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest partner, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so DPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the Windflow Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe, and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading, and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000, with 50 years of offshore expertise helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business, to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop 2 of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
그럼 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
And we will begin today's forum now. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host for the second day of International Forum of Floating Offshore Wind Farm. I'm the team manager Kim Sung-won from Ulsan Technopark. And I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all participants for taking your valuable time out of your busy schedule to join us today. Furthermore, I'd also like to extend my thanks to participants from private investors, including Mumubaram, CIA, ASK, ENS, as well as all investment firms for joining us. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the author and content for the second day of this forum. Today's supply chain presentation will be categorized into 3 sessions from 10 to 12. There will be 7 presentations for the first segment of the forum, and starting from 12 until 1:30, there's going to be lunch break due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not able to provide you with lunch here, so we ask your kind understanding for this. So you can take bus that is prepared by the Ulsan Metropolitan City to go to the destination for lunch. And from 1:30 to 3:30, there will be 6 presentations. And last but not least, starting from 3:50 to 5:30, there will be other presentations as well as special sessions made by Kate Watercraft as well as Korea Emerson. Total 22 companies will be participating for today's presentations. We'd like to invite as many companies as possible. That's why I'm sorry for allotting only limited time for each presentations, and there will be no Q&A sessions. So if you have any questions, you can utilize the break time. Furthermore, the presentation materials can be downloaded from our website. So if there is anyone who needs those materials, please visit our website to download those materials. Then we will begin with our first presentations that will be made by Hyundai Heavy Industry. Each allotted time for each presentation will be 15 minutes. So when the 10 minutes pass, and there will be a bell ringing. So you can check your timers during your presentation. You can also catch the timeline by listening to the ringing sound. Then I'd like to invite our first presenter from Hyundai Heavy Industry, who will be talking about the floaters. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kwang Mung-gyu, the senior researcher from Hyundai Heavy Industry. Today, for my presentations, I will talk about Hyundai Heavy Industry's FOWT for Donghae Offshore Wind Farm. This is the content of today's presentation. First, I'll talk about our experiences about offshore industry and also the detailed content of our models. As you can see, Hyundai Heavy Industry have a lot of experiences in oil and gas offshore industry. We have strong record. In particular, when it comes to floating offshore, we started our work from 1990s, so we have decades of experience in this field. Also, and we have had more than 20 projects experience. We use a lot of methods, including EPCI, as well as subcontractor management or fabrication. So we have a lot of various types of experiences. I strongly believe that these experiences will be helpful to our East Sea project this time. Our clients are major oil companies, and these oil companies are participating in this East Sea project. That's why our experiences will be greatly helpful to our East Sea project this time. And this is the introduction of our unique model. This is semi-submersible structure type, as you can see from the left side on the slide. There are 4 different columns to support the upper part of it, and then the middle column has the wind power generator. And under the East Sea environment, we try to minimize the moving and operating. So inside a column, you can see special structures for that. And we use passive ballast system, and currently it is suitable for 10 megawatt turbine. And major features include you can check the middle pictures on the slide. The damper is located in the left part, so the interference can be minimized. So you don't need to use any other barge ships for mooring work. And the left side of the climbs words, and the contact side can be very safely operated. And when you adding turbines, in case of our models, our models, you can put on the turbine in the middle, because if we put the turbines on the side parts, then it can be tilted due to the weight. That's why we put our turbines on the center of the weight so that it can make a balance. And now let me talk about design status that we have developed. We are conducting performance proving. There are numerical analysis and wave-based model test. When it comes to numerical analysis, we conducted intake damage stability and aero hydro coefficient evaluation and turbine substructure coupled analysis, including system design. And in order to prove the result of numerical analysis, we actually conducted wave-based model test as well. So we considered east seas, wind condition, and other environments through. So we proved that our model can actually have a good performance under the condition of east sea. We are working on the approval in principle procedures, and we believe that all of the AIP procedure will be completed in October. And next, let me talk about constructability review. If you see the pictures of the left part, those are the picture for our to describe our constructability. In the middle part here, we installed our column, and then there are 3 different columns on the edge side, and the upper structures will be put, as you can see from here. It's very simple, and it's very general way to make. That's why not only our company, but also in other yards, it can be established, it can be carried out. And those lower part of structures will be loaded out. And then the wind generator will be put onto it. We have 10,000 tons of vessel. With this excellent equipment, we can add those models conveniently. And also, the water depth is closely connected to the constructability. In case of our model, we are not intervened by the water depth, so it's very easy to fabricate our model. And this is about offshore installation. We have our own fleet, and we have carried out various types of offshore projects. So sometimes we use our own model, our own vessels. Sometimes we used other companies' vessels. In case of East Seas floating offshore wind project, it is very similar compared to oil and gas projects. So first of all, the mooring system will be installed first, and then already fabricated wind generator will be brought to the site, and then those will be connected to mooring system, and then we will work on the electricity-related work. Those are the steps. In case of the East Sea project, there will be a lot of installations of wind generators. So optimizing fabrication is necessary, so HHI is closely examining the steps and procedures for efficiency. This is the conclusion. As I told you, HHI have a strong track record in oil and gas offshore industry, based on which we have accumulated a lot of experience in offshore project management. We also have qualified infrastructure. We use semi-submersible types, and it is possible to make efficient construction installation and minimize marine operation in yard. And we also use numeric analysis and wave basin model test, and through those steps we proved the suitability of our model to this project. Thank you very much. Thank you for your good presentation. Please give him a round of applause one more time.
Next, we'll invite Unison and Chief Park Sun-ho. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Park Sun-ho from Unison. It's an honor to stand here to represent my company and to tell you about my company. Well, to be honest, I was here 1 year ago, and that was the first time that our company made a debut to the public that we're making this and this product. And since the forum, many people have shown interest in our product, 10 megawatt product, and many projects has started since. So I believe today's presentation will be about the current progress of those projects and future direction of our company. So this is an overview of our product. 10 megawatt is the largest size in Korea, and the water diameter is also 210 meters, which is the longest in Korea, and 7 meters per second. Extreme wind speed is one of the features, and design lifetime is 30 years. And we started with this figure from the beginning, which is very long. And another feature is that we used to target onshore wind, and gear type turbine was the product that we provided. But after we jumped into the offshore market, after so many thoughts and considerations, we decided upon the wind turbine that we are making right now. And when we first developed 750 meters turbine for the first time, we have a track record that we made this in-house for the first time. And of course, there are pros and cons of direct driving motor, but I believe that is the choice of the market. And that was also an inspiration for our direct driving permanent magnet motor that we developed, which I'm going to talk about. And easy maintenance is also a big feature of our product. The model type is U210 10 megawatts, and size and shape is as you see on the slide. This is the more detailed specification of the product, and you can check the information on the slide. The weight, well, if you see nacelle here, 500 ton approximately. And this is the generator 250 to 270 tons. And this is in the process of production. So maybe next year at the same forum, I think I'll be able to show you the prototype and the real product. And all the electrical parts are included as a one package in the nacelle. And as you see here, if you see the mainframe or yaw system, heat exchanger, transformer, or the parts that you're familiar with, and the generator, which plays the biggest role, is the main feature here, as you can see on the slide. And for a blade, we don't manufacture it in-house. We're importing it from China. And prototype has recently been made, and the static load and fatigue load has been tested. Lightning test is also tested. So now it's going under some certification process. And you can see the CFRP is used and insert bushing is used because there are a lot of bolts. And pitch system, well, there's not much, nothing special about this. They just use the oil fill system, hydraulic system. And driver companies maybe can give you more detailed explanation about this system. This is the concept, and all these concepts that we are using right now are proven well through the market. And there are so many yaw systems in the market, so controlling will be the key factor. And generator is the main topic of my presentation, so I'm going to delve into this in more detail. So there's no gearbox. We adopted outer rotor method, and rated power is 10.6 megawatts, 690 volts. And when you use a gearbox, the transmission of power through shaft or a main gear, but they have to be in a separated structure. But if you see this picture, the main bearing unit is included in the generator, within the generator. So they generate, but they also transmit the power. So they play the dual role. So if there's a failure in generator or incident, it's going to lead to a big loss. And that's why we put so much work into making generator intact. And the existing bearing unit used to use the grill lubrication, but we use the oil lubrication. So two main bearing units are adopted here. And I'm sorry I can't show you in detail in this picture. So are we making this? Yes, we are making this in-house. So the manufacturing is happening right now. And in our factoring, this is the back-to-back facilities to test this product. And of course, we have partner organizations and companies for this testing of the pilots. And it's very important to do the test and validation thoroughly before we start producing en masse. So the efficacy, vibration, performance, output, the temperature of the generator are thoroughly being checked right now. We plan to do that, so maybe next year the factory that we're building right now will have the generators, as I told you. And this is the converter, so nothing special. There are two units, master and slave, so the sole operation is possible in case of failure of any of this. This is transformer, So oil-filled transformer or mold transformer, both are possible. And air conditioning system is really important to prevent corrosion and dehumidifier too, because it's going to work in under the sea. And most pumps are dual type, so they have this, they can support each other when there's a failure in one of these. And this is fire protection system, and this is condition monitoring system. So monitoring is really important to maintain a reliability of the turbine, so vibration, temperature, and gradient, or a natural frequency, and strain of other supporting structures need to be thoroughly monitored. And the CMS is linked to the certain platform where our customers can check the status of the structure themselves. And the large size generator, the air gap is really important because turbine is not really fixed in certain places. They have to be resistant to many natural conditions, or some emergency or accidents can happen. So they are really fragile in terms of exposed environment. So monitoring is really important. And the result of the monitoring should be reflected to the monitoring management system. And this is redundancy system. So as I said, if either one of these breaks or a failure happens to one of these, then there should be some supporting system, backup system. So the redundant system is reflected in most of the systems. And for control system, two completely same systems are included in there. So they are completely interchangeable and supportable. And for installation and maintenance, so it's really flexible. So no matter how you assemble this, the maintenance will be the same. So frame design is meant to be flexible from the beginning. And the one feature is that there is one big knuckle boom crane in the middle, so it can be used for multiple purposes. I think this is something new that we tried for the first time. So depending on your situation or condition, this can be adjusted. And this is power curve and the AEP and CF. But all of this is based on the real data that we experimented. And this is the timeline for the development. And as you can see, the generator assembly is expected to happen until 2022, second quarter. And in the early quarters of 2023, we're planning to delve into the prototype test and certification process. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Park. And we'll move on to the next speaker.
공급망의 주제로
And the theme of this presentation is about Korea wind turbine blade supply chain, and Ho-sun Choi from the Human Composite will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 아주 오늘 이곳에서 여러분을
enjoy the working as a team leader under Gyeongdong ENS, and I'm taking charge of the sales and marketing in the wind blade supply chain group. Today, I'm here to present a domestic wind blade manufacturing and its supply chain pool. As you know, to produce good wind blades, we need to secure good quality raw materials. After completing a prototype of the wind blade, it requires of a strict testing from an authorized institute such as Korea Institute of Materials Science. But actually, the most important factor in the supply chain is the turbine companies. The blade turbine companies will choose blade partners with considering various factors such as cost, business references, production capacity, and domestic policies. Fortunately, through the entity of UFOs, we got a chance to build up a good and strong team locally and in the field of manufacturing wind blade rigs. To manufacture offshore blade rigs, it requires blade rigs should be more stronger and more lighter. For example, a material such as carbon fiber is very strong and very light, although it is expensive. Here, the only domestic wind blade maker, Human Composite, completed a localization in carbon fiber and resin. Based on various computer-aided engineering technology and its accumulated experiences from designing blade, analysis, even to the producing process, Human Composite can perform by itself designing the rigs, manufacturing to the needs of wind turbine companies, and can implement evaluation testing and maintenance jobs required by the customers. Please take a look at this table. Airfoil is the foundation of wind turbine blade design, and accordingly, optimizing its design plays a key role in improving aerodynamic performance, noise control, and structural robustness of a rotor blade. Human Composite has patents both on airfoils and on fiber-reinforced composite materials. In offshore renewable wind energy, blade takes 24% from the total cost, but except construction and installation cost, quite not a biscuit cost. So wind blade supply chain takes important position in this Ulsan renewable energy project. Take a look at the trend of offshore blade, this part. Actually, GE last year launched a 12-megawatt offshore wind turbine. If the unit capacity is 12 megawatt, the rotor diameter is equivalent to 220 meters. So if we compare with EU blade technology, Human Composite released the prototype of 8-megawatt wind turbine blade this year. It's equivalent to the rotor diameter 200 meters. Here, I would like to say our blade manufacturing technology is also being improved like a speed of wind. The length of the offshore wind turbine blades is different in size from that of onshore wind turbine blades. The offshore wind blade rigs are gradually being bigger and bigger because the quality of the wind improves as it goes out further to the sea. As aforementioned, we released the prototype of 8-megawatt wind turbine blade, and they are scheduled to be installed in Yeonggwang Demonstration Complex, located in Jeonnam, Korea. Please take a look at the picture of Southwestern Offshore wind farm here. Here we supplied the Southwestern Offshore wind farm with 3-megawatt turbine blades. The commercial operation has begun since July 2019. Please take a look at the left bottom. This graph shows how the correlation between power turbine and the size of wind blades affects each other. WindDS is the mother name of Doosan Heavy Industry, All of these turbine models are 3 megawatt turbine. Let's assume the wind speed is 6 meters per second. The power efficiency shows 48% improved compared with the previous models. Just for your reference, our blade was 43 meters to WinDS first model. In the second model, the blade size increased to 48 meters. And the third type expanded to the size of 65 meters in blade rig. Through this testing, it shows wind turbine and wind blade size are very important. And that is why customer needs smart choice. In 100 megawatt Jeju Halim offshore wind power project, Ulsan provides 5.5 megawatt turbine, and we will provide the blades there. This is our 8 megawatt turbine blade specification. We already released the prototype this year and will obtain the certification within the first half of next year. For the skin against the thermal barrier corrosion, carbon and glass fiber are used together. Spark cap is carbon protrusion, root is embedded bore type. Blade length is 100 meters and is coiled around 6 meters in max. Already, we are ready to adjust to the customer needs by designing blades, manufacturing, self-testing technology, and consistent research and development. And go further, we will complete the localization of a wind blade epoxy system with Gyeongdong ENS, the one of the strongest local company in Ulsan. Gyeongdong is the 50 years of energy and construction company based on Ulsan and partnered with Olin in chemical fields for 30 years. As you know, Olin is the #1 company in chlorine production area, which is essential in producing epoxy. We have four product lineups, such as adhesive, infusion, hand layups, and protrusion. Take a look at the right side of data. Bold gray pentagon is the average industry reference. It shows, compared with existing industry average products, our product shows more improved fatigue resistance, fracture toughness, and cure speed. The cure speed correlates to the productivity, and especially is to use and can make cycle time shorten. We tested with our product with a small quantity, 10 to 50 milligrams for cure speed. If a glass transition temperature, naming as a TZ, is equal or above 65 degrees, when we kept the isothermal temperature at 60 degrees for 7 hours, the cure degrees shows 96.29%. Consider the average industry cure target degree is 95%. Airstone 870 epoxy and A78 hardeners shows good performance. These are the physical property testing results between our advanced products and the existing market products. The product series shown on this right column has the same properties as other products sold in the existing market. These Airstone 800 level series are advanced products adjusted to the customer needs. Density relates with mass, so mass reduced by 7%, so it can contribute to the weight of the blades. TZ has a significant meaning. For example, the lower the glass transition temperature, the more stable the adhesive strength at low temperatures. And there is no problem with thermal deformation at room temperature and high temperature. Please take a look at the bottom chart graph and right upper chart graph. The dotted lines represent our advanced product lineups. When we mixture the epoxy with Airstone 800 level hardeners, it showed a good performance. As you see here, exotherm temperature is decreased in both 60 thick layers laminate and PVC sandwich structure. Our advanced epoxy and hardeners help to improve blade quality and reduce production cycle time. Please take a look at bottom two chart graphs. When mixed with Airstone 700 level hardeners in about 30%, it showed the cure cycle time shortened aggressively. The combination application with 760 epoxy and 761 hardeners already has been selected by international customers for about 5 years. A 700 level epoxy and 700 level hardeners are already being used on Vestas, Nordex, and other global projects. Many global customers, such as Vestas, GE, Nordex, has used our products. Our epoxy products has already proved to be the world-class qualified materials, and within next year, we will complete localization here in Korea for the epoxy production as the same as the Airstone series. In wind blade supply chain, how to store highly expensive overlength size of blades safely and stack up without any scratch and damage, or transport them with saving of the cost are also very important. So Gyeongdong, the heavy lift cargo transport export, takes hands with global #1 company in the field of rubber and polyurethane solution company, Dance Gumi Industry. Please watch a short clip on our product. This is a short movie. 동영상 좀 가능한가 이게? 아니 오른쪽 하단 부분에 동영상. 오른쪽 하단 부분. 혹시 PD? Sorry. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, I will keep going. Anyhow, heavy lift cargo such as blades, nacelles, and even turbine towers require of good safe transportation. Especially on wind blade, we can save up the huge expensive mold cost. Consequently, our customer can also save up the money. This is a ProPad system. It's a design patent modular system. To any type of oversized, overweight cargo, we can store, transport safely. This ProPad has holes at an appropriate interval. Through the holes of the pads, bolts and nuts are interlocked strongly with the pads and the base layer of the cradle. Dear energy investors and wind turbine makers who interested in Korea wind blade supply chain pool, our team is strong enough to cope with your needs, and we are ready enough to discuss with you on how to develop this new green energy in Ulsan with revitalizing the local economy. We hope we can go together. Very appreciating for listening. Thank you.
예, 최호순 팀장님 발표 감사합니다. 다음은
Very much for your presentation.
김수환 부장께서
Next, we'll invite Mr. Kim Soo-han from ACNT, who will talk about considerations for transportation and installation to construct floating offshore wind farm. And please be reminded that you have 15 minutes. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am Kim Soo-han from the ACNT wind farm team. And last year at this forum, we used to talk about how floater development is urgently required And we are hearing some good news that many Korean companies successfully developed the floaters that is appropriate for the Korean condition. And so I brought up something different. The floating offshore wind farm that is going on in Ulsan has some advantages in utilizing the far sea wind resources. But construction is not really easy in here, in the Ulsan Sea. And if we think that many wind farms will be built in a few years, the parts that we export from, that we import from overseas countries and parts that we develop in-house need to be compared. So among the many steps for the construction, so this is the chart in the part 1 to talk about some fleet and the quayside assembly, and in part 2, I'm going to talk about the need to have some jackup vessels for the offshore project. So I think we need to pay attention to the Ulsan city's timeline for the construction of the farm, which is 2030. Then most companies are expected to publish some forms of timeline outline for their project around 2024, 2025. So the key is to have the parts that we need at the right time. But nobody can say anything for sure. So I think it's really encouraging that Ulsan City is thinking about having some local supply chain, and this is what we discussed a weeks ago at a local supply chain meeting. So as you can see from the slide, different types of vessels are needed for different stages of the construction process. So for example, for a survey of the seabed, there are certain types of vessels. And I heard yesterday that they started working on the seabed survey and having the appropriate type of vessels. And after this stage, depending on the construction condition, well, different vessels might be needed, but I think the assembly line will be scattered throughout the Korean peninsula, well, half of Korean peninsula. So I think we need to have some central and unified station for the assembly of such vessels. And in the 3 most important construction phases, the fleet construction, the fleet composition is really important. So how to secure the vessels that we need is the most important thing in the construction process. First of all, the tug or lifting, and this is the floater for the offshore wind project. And Bourbon Subsea Services used to supply for the project, and is for the towing. And they used Bourbon Orca, HAAHTS. And why do we need this? And I think the towing force is represented in BP. And the appropriate figure would be where appropriate navigation speed is maintained. And I think if it's 60 kilometers in the East Sea, if the navigation speed is 3 knots, and it takes about 11 hours to reach the point, to reach the site. So if we have a floater with the 8 megawatt Tucson 205, and we also consider the wind resistance, the BP 115 ton will be needed. So tugboat that is with over 100 ton will be needed. That is our conclusion. And we took a look at the current status of the tugboats in Korea. And 9 boats over 60 ton will be available in Ulsan area, but there is no tugboats over 100 ton BP. So in order to address this, we took a look at dolphins. We actually concluded an MOU with dolphins from Singapore. And dolphins, if you take a look at the bottom left photo, this is the project conducted by Hyundai Heavy Metals, Hyundai Heavy Industry, and dolphins provided their product to this project. And 100 and 150 and 180 BP was provided to the project. And we are planning to use this to the Ulsan project. And Dolphins also has Dolphins Geo-Survey vessel for the survey of the seabed, and they're also planning to do the survey in Donghae area. And trenching and ROV capable vessel is needed for the cable lay. And the turntable, cable lay turntable is needed, and scar crack was deported to the project, and we can see the turntable 24 meters diameter cable lay vessel was used in the Taiwan project. So Ocean CNI has the cable laying vessel, 24 meter turntable, outer diameter turntable. And we contacted Lotte Global Lodges and other vessels. And we also contacted TWD from the Netherlands. And we are planning to conclude an MOU with TWD. And TWD has a track record of doing Boskalis. And next is quay side assembly. And this is also wind float project. And if we use the same device, the 65% will be the maximum allowed figure. And we need a crawler crane, maximum load 1,300 tons. And for 12 megawatts turbine, we need a crane 1,600 ton and bigger. But if we consider the height of the turbine, then I think we need to have 3,200 ton crawler crane. So we don't have that in Korea, so we have to bring it from overseas. And we can't have it in full package. We have to have the parts, which is not feasible. So we have to consider another option, which is a full assembly lifting. So Scaldis and high-end. In some other projects that we know use this full assembly lifting approach. And Siemens 14 megawatts offshore wind turbine is the photo you see. And the tower erection is tower height is over 130 meters. So in this case, the lifting height, in order to improve the lifting height, luffing jib is required. And if you look at the left graph, You can see the jib that extends vertically. So if we load the lifting jib, the maximum height will be 131 meters. But this is not enough. We have to consider another set of crane. So 4 crawler crane will be available for Ulsan project. And HT, MAN, and we can also, I think we can find 33,000 ton crane in Korea. WTVI is very expensive in building, 300 to 400 billion. So 16 WVI in next year, and we're going to see the increase in the following years of the making of these vessels. So there's a water depth restriction for the jack-up vessel, and you know how the accidents happen. 2 cases of accidents happened. And we have to also consider the weather restricted operations. So in foreign projects, they all use the jack-up vessels. They're specialized in this installation. So jacking system and VP system and other solutions are needed. So this jack-up vessel is WTIV, will be adjusted for the floating purpose. So this is the Korean type FWTIV. So it's 230 meters long, 48 meters wide. So the total tonnage will be 95,000. It's capable of mooring in the deep sea, in the East Sea. And for the positioning control, the turning thrust type, the DP system will be loaded on the top of the deck. And on the deck also, the blade installer, the revolving crane will be installed on the top deck. And the tower will be horizontally settled. And blade installer will also be included, as you see from the photo. And the automatic machine will assemble the parts on the deck. And you can see skid jacking system to address the various heights of the tower. So once assembled, the tower will be the gripper will be the assembled tower will be fastened by the gripper here, wind turbine gripper, and it will be mated to the top of the floater. And in this subpenter, the heave compensator is loaded to address the wave. So FTIV just brings the quayside assembly to the offshore condition. So that is, you assemble the you do the assembly offshore instead of carrying the assembled from onshore to offshore. So it addresses all the problems, including the water depth and the loading weight and all the other challenges in carrying the thing to offshore. And it can shorten the construction timeline, and it can also minimize the required parts or facilities. And it also doesn't get impacted by the water depth or other weather condition, because it can always take shelter in the port. And we displayed our prototypes and models at the back of the room, so you can take a look at it anytime. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kim.
next presentation will be made by Global Project Manager Kim Moon-soo from DSR. The theme of the presentation is Mooring Solution for Floating Wind Farm Market. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning. My name is Kim Moon-soo of DSR. First of all, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Ulsan City and officials from Ulsan Technopark for providing me with this good opportunity. And the title of today's presentation is Mooring Solution for Floating Wind Farm Market. And let me briefly give overview of our company. These are the products that we can provide to the offshore floating offshore wind market. In case of the mooring, we have a synthetic rope and the resin rope. Both products are produced by our company. In case of synthetic rope, it can be divided into polyester, nylon, and Dyneema in accordance with the raw materials. And this is we have a lot of strong record for providing our products to oil and gas industry. Our company was established in 1965, and DSR Corp and DSR Wire Corp. We have two corporate body. In 2015, our sales recorded high profit. Domestically, we have 6 producing companies. In overseas, we have 2 different local plants. In overseas market for smooth sales, we have overseas branches as well. And this is the more detailed information for domestic market. We have 6 factories, as you can see. In case of DSR, we produce synthetic rope and sling and stainless steel wire and cable. In case of DSR Wire Core, we produce a high carbon steel wire as well as rope. And this is the global status of our company. In case of overseas factories in Vietnam and China, we have factories, and we have overseas branches in Japan, in Europe, and in the USA. And we also have a Houston office. We established the engineering office several years ago, even if it's not specified in the picture here. This is the suitability for each product, and it can be divided into 2 different categories, rope and fleet. And shipbuilding and marine plant are our major market. And we also provide our products to auto industries and electric markets. Unlike the existing market, the renewable market will be a very important one in the years to come. So not only wind power, recently solar energies, a lot of things are related to floating things. That's why we pay a lot of attention to that. And before I start my explanation of our products, let me explain the existing models first. As you can see, there are semi-submersible types, spar type, and tension leg platform and barge types. So floating offshore wind system can be categorized into 4 different types according to maintaining its stability. But regardless of type, mooring system is necessary. It's a requirement, and mooring rope is used in the mooring system. And these are how rope can be used in each mooring system through this slide. And this is a typical mooring configuration, and it can be mixed configuration and hybrid. And on the top line, mooring chain, which is mostly used, and fiber rope and anchor, those are general configuration. What we can provide is the middle, the segment 3, fiber rope area, and those are the areas that my company can provide. And next, this is roof construction. And as I explained before, in accordance with the raw materials, the performance and specification can be a little bit different. But in case of offshore mooring, synthetic roof is usually constructed like this. Largely, road-bearing core part, there is road-coring bear part, and actually it has about 12 sub-ropes to improve the performances. We use a lot of sub-ropes. That's why we use one more grade of soil filter. And in order to protect from damage, we use one more jacket, protective jacket to cover. And filter, in case of filter system, maybe pre-made methods will be used. That's what a lot of people are talking about now. Mooring system can actually be reached to the rotation system. In that case, synthetic rope can immerse into road-bearing system, and it will reduce the performance of the product. So in case of the USA market, the government has a regulatory framework. So our company as well follow the requirements provided to the port authorities of the USA. In the Gulf area, we obtained the certificate from that authority. And this is Ocean Max product. In case of Ocean Max, it is made of polyester fiber. As you may well know, this is the product that is mostly used in the market. And inside a box on the right side, the minimum breaking load is the most important factor. So you can see the numbers. In the oil and gas industry, usually it was very rare that they tried to get more than 2,300 tons, but we can produce the products with more heavier weight. So we are moving towards floating offshore wind from oil and gas industry. So MBL is about, I told you, 2,300 tons. But in case of floating offshore wind, the requirement is higher, getting higher and higher. So in case of the Supermax line of our company, we use Dyneema, which is very strong. So in case of the rope spec, it can be different based on the turbine capacity, as you can see from this table. For 15 megawatt turbine, you can check it's more than 5,000 tons, so it's more than double of the existing one. So we are developing for this to meet the needs for the market. So we use Dyneema materials to produce Supermax line. So we expect to provide those, to meet those specifications soon enough. And next, we also use nylon to make offshore mooring system. In case of nylon, in general mooring system, it has already commercialized, but in offshore component mooring market, it hasn't been generalized yet. So as the floating offshore wind market is discussed actively, more and more discussions will be made, and a lot of R&D is underway as well. Our company as well, with cooperation with global companies. Actually, we had collaboration agreement for innovation project with support from the Research Council of Norway. So far, we have obtained positive results, but we have a lot more to work for R&D. Rope is the most important part for the brake load. According to the plotter, we use a 3-point and even 6 mooring configurations can be added. The most important fact is that how even strength gap it has. So when we develop our products, those are the area that we pay a lot of attention to. So compared to Europeans, advanced companies, we try to reduce the gap to provide stable mooring products. We already have a lot of test results, and those equipment that you can see is our company's equipment. And this is a photo of our company and synthetic rope as well as steel wire rope. And when we deliver our products, we use this kind of system. And this is our project record of our company. The photo that you see was taken in Japan. It was pilot project in Japan, not only Korea, in Japan also having a lot of active discussions for floating offshore wind part. So online, we have a lot of collaborations, and from the pilot stages, our company have participated in these discussions. And in the part of oil and gas, this is the track record of providing our product, polyester ropes. So 900 tons polyester rope we sold. In case of the wire rope, this is one of the equipment in China. So we provided the steel wire rope. In case of offshore project, it's not the end even if we complete delivery. Installation is also important because our clients are very sensitive from the perspective of installation. So before the COVID-19 outbreak, we worked a lot, so I believe that in case of the floating offshore project, a lot of technologies will be required, so we are preparing for that stage as well. And not only mooring system, last but not least, in the process of installation for lifting, because those equipment is really heavy, so we use sling products to lift up those products. For slings, we can provide the slings also. So this is a project that we participated. We provided about almost 500 tons of slings. So there are so many different weight of products. So we provided 5 different slings for this project. So recently, in a project in Taiwan, we provided the Supermax slings. We made delivery, and we also prepared our record for that. For your reference, in case of Taiwan project, the uniqueness was that they use eco-friendly material. That's our client's requirement. So for our Supermax product lines, we try to use Biomax products. So we are able to provide you with eco-friendly materials. So if you contact us regarding that part, we can help you. And this is the end of my presentation. We have prepared on the back side the real rope products. So anyone who are interested in our products, please contact us. And thank you for your attention. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Project Manager Kim Moon-soo, for your presentation.
동양 엔지니어링의 여태정.
We'll have Deputy Managing Director Yotae-jung from Dongyang Engineering. Please welcome him with a round of applause. He'll talk about design proposal for offshore substation.
Yeah, how do you do? I'm from Dongyang Engineering. Nice to meet you. The year before last, 2019, and the last year, 2020, I stood here to show Dongyang Engineering the capacity, vision, and the promise to our promising customers. My presentation also become better, more detailed, and stronger every year. Okay, I'll start my presentation on the title of Design Proposal of Offshore Substation. My presentation will consist of capacity building and specialization, participation field, project performance, introduction of Dongyang Engineering. Yeah, Dongyang Engineering is the company specialized in marine and offshore and electrical engineering, and there are lots of experiences. A business is created with the intent to grow, and its driving motive is to be a best expert in the field. To meet this, Dongyang Engineering always study, communicate, and execute. I'm showing what Dongyang Engineering planned, how Dongyang Engineering is pushing ahead. We completed the first and second steps. Now we is on third step for capacity building, such as doing R&D project, studying and participating in forum and seminar, and hiring additional steps. And for the collaboration with the wind farm experience company to add our experiences. Based on this achievement, Dongyang Engineering will move to next step. Dongyang Engineering studied and executed the government-funded R&D project for topside module development, similar to offshore substation. It was a chance to step our technology up to the next level. And we are starting to contribute this kind of government-funded R&D project by cooperation with Ulsan City and Hyundai Heavy Industries. Dongyang Engineering participated in the International Forum of FOWF 2019 and 2020. Last week, there was a webinar for offshore wind innovation by collaboration South Korea and Denmark under the sponsorship of Denmark Embassy. Dongyang Engineering was invited to be a panelist to talk about the business situation and the capability of the offshore wind farm in Korea. Dongyang Engineering and the MOU, ODE, signed the MOU for future collaboration with VIPs from the UK Embassy, Ulsan City, Ulsan Technopark, Marine and Offshore Related Organization, etc. in Ulsan Technopark. Collaboration is to perform a common interest in jointly working for business development of the oil and gas project and offshore wind farm project. It's good for Dongyang Engineering to add experiences in offshore wind farm, and will be a motive to upgrade on existing technology and know-how. Here I'll introduce our partner, ODE, briefly. With 20 years in offshore wind, ODE is one of Europe's most experienced offshore wind engineering, design and project management contractors. Skills and best practice developed over 55 years of working in the oil and gas industry are directly transferable to marine energy projects covering wind, tidal, and wave power. ODE carried out 53 projects in 70 countries for 20 years. ODE provides a complete range of engineering service through the full life cycle of wind farm, from conceptual studies, front-end engineering, safety and environmental studies, through to complete efficient project management, procurement, construction, and operations management. Now, I will introduce what Dongyang Engineering will focus on: 500 megawatt class offshore substation engineering, supply chain management and equipment localization, operation and maintenance. To execute these work sectors, basically should have understanding and much experience of offshore engineering and subsea engineering, project management, supply chain management, electric power system technology, and should have a strong mind to be a successful performer. First, I will explain for the detailed design and engineering activities for 500 megawatt class offshore substation design. As shown on the general work process, FEED, FEED work, will be executed by our partner, ODE, or by owners or their assigned companies. And Dongyang Engineering will execute from FEED verification to detailed design verification, and shop drawing. All of key members have experience in offshore-related job for a long time. With the FEED drawing, Dongyang Engineering will be preparing detail and construction drawing, making a material specification, doing an MTO, material takeover, doing a purchase order, controlling a delivery, doing technical and commercial follow-up, etc. That is a total solution provider. Dongyang Engineering is widely acknowledged as a strong company in the field of marine and offshore engineering. Next is for supply chain management and equipment localization. Supply chain management is the management of the flow of goods and services, and in the position of Dongyang Engineering includes all processes of procurement engineering service, from project specification review to final follow-up technically and commercially, and local material sourcing service and delivery control. Our excellent capability of procurement engineering is our important asset. Finding best and proper equipment and material from local market will be important in progress. It involves the active streamlining of business supply side activities to maximize customer value and gain a competitive advantage in the business place. By managing the supply chain, companies can cut excess cost and deliver product and services to the customer more efficient and fast. Good supply chain management keeps companies out of the headlines and away from expensive conflict. Dongyang Engineering is adopting ERP system to manage all of resources well. ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning, is a process used by companies to manage and integrate the important parts of their businesses. Dongyang Engineering has confidence and will manage the supply chain well. Now I will explain how Dongyang Engineering will develop the activities of operations and maintenance as shown here. Dongyang Engineering has various experience in marine and offshore sectors for a long time and will try to expand to operation maintenance as per the experience of the cooperation with Parifex and DHMAT. Dongyang Engineering is building up O&M experiences. We are handling the exhaust gas cleaning system for about 200 ships so far. Our staff visited Denmark to learn how to install, operate, and maintain them, including installing, commissioning, and operating works. All our processes are handled. And as mentioned before, last week, the webinar for offshore wind innovation invited us as a panelist. Through this activity, Dongyang Engineering had an opportunity to widen and deepen our level and area by communicating with a famous company, including O&M special company, Peak Wind. Dongyang Engineering keeps a relationship with the ODE. ODE has over 35 years practical experience of offshore operations developed in the harsh operating environment of the North Sea and applied to projects around the world. From now I'll explain for our reference. It's for offshore substation. Aloha PSINC project. We provided all of services for electrical instrument and control system to the ships sailing between Hawaii and the US mainland. Nacelle project with the Hyundai Heavy Industry and UECO. We carried out work from telecommunication detail design to site support. More notable project with the Hyundai Heavy Industry and Total. We carried out the work from ICSS functional analysis to startup. This project was particularly carried out with the cooperation of our engineering partner Paripex in France. On the condition of a turnkey project base. Hebron project. By the contract directly between ExxonMobil and the Dongyang Engineering, we carried out the work from package vendor data review to mechanical completion, document control. You are watching all these experience. For supply chain management, we are handling all of procurement service of exhaust gas cleaning system for ships, also known as a scrub system, to cover the work for detailed design, RFQ issue, progress, delivery control, test, punch follow, commissioning, etc. Clients are Hyundai Heavy Industry and the Hyundai Power System. We have provided the systems for about 200 ships so far. And all of the work to supply cable to Edgas, replacement material to Cochin Shipyard, spare part to Marapik, Saudi Arabia. Dongyang Engineering, its organization. It's the list of foreign partners. Dongyang Engineering keeps a good relationship with many and various foreign companies and concentrate to maximize the mutual synergy effect. Dongyang Engineering is also the branch office of Paripex, specialized in basic and detailed engineering of electric instrument and control. Mr. Zhang, President CEO, doubled as branch manager of Paripex. Certification status, Dongyang Engineering has. In closing, I would like to stress that Dongyang Engineering will be a good partner to all. I'm sure Dongyang Engineering capacity and passion will be helpful for you to have a good business in Korea. Furthermore, with the cooperation of owner, company, and Ulsan City, Dongyang Engineering will contribute to generate a job and give more job opportunity for everybody. If you need more information, please contact me at any time. My name is Tamiyo, and my information shown here. Well, thank you for listening to me. Good luck.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 여태정 상무님.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Yao. And we'll move on to the next presentation.
And next presentation will be about suggestions of coating system based on Southeast Coast offshore wind jacket cases. This will be made by KCC. Please welcome him with a round of applause. It's very nice to meet you. I'm working for a KCC, and my name is Park Byung-do. And before I visit here, I didn't know that Ulsan has a convention center. In Baxco, which is located in Ulsan, I once made presentations. At that time, I thought Ulsan also has those kind of convention center, but my dream came true. So, and I'm very happy and glad to have this opportunity to make presentation here at Ulsan Convention Center. And what I want to say from through my presentation is about Southwest Coast offshore wind jacket cases and how we can apply this to the offshore, floating offshore wind system. And let me briefly make a brief introduction of our company and our track record of coating systems. KCC was founded in 1958. At that time, we focused on building material businesses. We started our coating business in 1974, and we have our main factories in Ulsan, Ansong, and Jeonju. So there are 3 factories domestically. And in part of coatings, we categorized internally 5 different ones. So in fact, we provide all coatings, including automotive, industrial, offshore, as well as powder coating and everything, I would say. And this is global network, supply network of our company. We have 14 overseas companies. And for globalization, we would like to open 19 OEM factories globally. That's our target. It would be wonderful if we have the factories all across the country, but it's very difficult. That's why we chose OEM method to advance into global market. For our globalizing process, and sometimes I'm asked how it will be possible. So in Yongin area in Korea, we have a research center. There are more than 600 researchers working for obtaining related patents and technology development. And if there's no coating products that we don't have, then those researchers can focus so that we can develop the coating products that our customers need. This is the brief introduction of our company, and this is the major content. And this is a track record of jacket cases in the southwestern coast. What kind of application was made? And that's what I would like to say. Firstly, we have to understand the standard of coating systems. In case of offshore projects, we use ISO 1294 and additionally ACUPA standard of France. We usually talk about 3 different standards, so including NORSO, ISO, etc. In case of the Southwest Sea, we applied NORSO standard, and it has a system 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9. In case of number 1, number 3, and number 7 are usually used. In case of number 1, it's applied to exposed part, and second, and splashed zone is applied to number 7. And in case of immersed zone, the system number 3 is applied. So this is the brief introduction of NORSOC M501, and these are the certificates, KCC's approval system. From now, this is about Southwest Coast offshore wind jacket. In 2018, we provided a wind jacket, and at that time, we divided into 3 different sections. And first, we used zinc. Usually, we use rattan, but they recommended polyrexan, so we applied that materials. And in case of the splash zone, we applied EH3200 GF, and for the immersed zone, we applied EH2350. And let me explain the feature of each coating product. In case of SD1020 product, it has silicone, and we say polyproxy. This is the method that is usually carried in California in the USA. Durability is very important. A color should stay long. So that's why we carried out this kind of test. When we think about how many decades it will last, we cannot really wait for several decades. That's why we try to make harsh condition, so after 1 or 2 years, we can make a judgment on how many years it would last. And in the laboratory, we use QUV equipment. If we use this kind of equipment for testing, polysilicon products has high durability and high weatherability. Currently, these kind of products are used for ships and offshore fields, mostly. For floating, we can also apply these kind of coating systems as well. For the splash zone, EH3200 is used. This is eco-friendly coating product. Usually, paint can be made with 4 different materials. But in case of this product, EH3200, this is eco-friendly because we use some materials that can cause some damage to the environment. In Dongye area, we also used this material. It delivered in 2003. So offshore wind project is applied to Dongye area. So I believe that it can be a reference for the project which will be going on. A few months ago, the Panama cases was a hot issue. So when the Panama was under construction for its expansion, a lot of discussions were going on. So I guess if the coating system is applied, and it will definitely contribute to improving performances. And next is about immersed zone. EH2350 can be applied. Please take a look at the photos. You can see the damaged part. Do you remember in 2003 when the typhoon called Memi approached it? Due to the typhoon, the ship was damaged, cracked, the exterior part. And this is very thick part. This steel part was cracked due to the typhoon. But the coating system is still adhesive. So this adhesiveness and anti-abrasion and corruption performance was very high, which was proven at that time. Last year in 2020, we took a photo, this photo. This was, if you can see those dots, those were the result of our procedures. It has been more than 15 years, but still the vessel was very clean. This is the part that is touched with water, but after even 15 years later, it's still very clean. So when maintenance work was made, the additional procedure was not necessary. So I want to say that the good coating case was existed. If time permits, I have a lot to say. And currently, this is our first time for our country, our company to participate in this forum. So I feel like we are a late mover. But if you kindly give us more opportunities, we'd like to give more explanations and presentations in the years to come. And I believe that net neutrality is the global trend, including in Korea. So in order to reach the net zero target, I believe our company can make contributions in the sector of coating system. Thank you for your attention. And thank you very much, President Park Jong-bae, for your presentations. We'll move to the next one. And in order to facilitate a floating offshore wind farm project, I believe the financing sector is also very important. And next presentation will be made by KB.
The presentation topic is the foreign direct investment process. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am Lee Nam-yeon, in charge of foreign direct investment.
From Hana Bank. Well, my main roles and responsibilities is to support international investors who invest in Korea, as well as multinational companies that do have operation here in Korea. Well, it's almost 12, approaching our lunch break, so I wouldn't hold you long, and I'll give you a very brief but very useful guide regarding foreign direct investment, which will be crucial for your successful energy project here in Korea. As is the case for many advanced countries, South Korea provides various investors incentives, including, well, the tax incentive, the tax deduction for the registration acquisition tax, as well as cash incentives whenever the foreign invested companies employ a number of the employees here in Korea. Also, they provide the cash incentives for the employee training, as well as some of the cost for purchasing the land and so forth. However, I wouldn't go through all these details because the terms and conditions for the investors' incentives are very case-by-case basis, and they get differentiated depending on many variables. For example, the total investment amount and the total investment ratio, and where the investment is going to be made. So for today, I'll focus on, I'm going to walk you through some of the very brief concept of foreign direct investment, what the foreign direct investment means, and how this is going to benefit your successful project here in Korea. First, the FDI definition. Well, FDI, this is the short form of foreign direct investment. So because Koreans love to use abbreviations and the short forms of all the words. So this, as you can see, well, this is the total, let's say the global network that our Hana Bank has. We do have a very expansive global network. including the European, American, Asian, as well as other countries as well. There are the minimum requirements for the foreign direct investment. Minimum requirements are 100 million Korean won. In Korean won, it is 1억 won. So it's going to be 100,000,000. So there are too many zeros because Korean won is somewhat undervalued when compared to the US dollar or the euro. So in US dollar currency, it's going to be about like 70,000 depending on the foreign exchange rate. So not only the total, the investment amount, there should be the additional requirement to be satisfied. So own at least 10% of voting shares. So as long as these two conditions are satisfied, the investors who inject their money into Korea, they will get recognized as the foreign direct investor. So they can repatriate their investment to their home country after their business during the time of the exit. So this is kind of guaranteed by the Korean government under the Foreign Investment Promotion Act here in Korea. So these conditions are per investor. For example, let's say in the energy sector, let's say the Spanish investor and the US investor want to set up a joint venture company. So each investor must satisfy and meet these qualifications each to be recognized as a foreign direct investment. Three most frequently used type of the foreign investment as illustrated in this slide. Well, as noted earlier, there are pre-requirements for foreign direct investment. In terms of the equity share, how much? 10% at least. So there must be the share acquisition. 어떻게 돌아가나요? 죄송합니다. I'm sorry. So there must be some the equity share acquisition. So at least 10%. So type number one, acquisition of new shares. Well, the foreign investor can set up a 100% wholly owned subsidiary by making 100% equity share investment, or they can set up a joint venture. For example, like 49% to the 51%, depending on who's going to hold managerial control. And after incorporation, there should be the capital increase. There will be several rounds of capital injection to increase their operation here in Korea. So foreign investor can take a part in the capital increase as a kind of the second investor or the third investor, depending on the phases of the investment. Type number two, purchase of existing shares. Well, this is the case for a relatively large scale investment. Purchase of existing shares, for example, there is a very strong Korean competitive market player, and the Swedish company wants to acquire the Korean company. So they purchase the existing shares from the existing shareholders at the initial stage, and then they join the capital increase of the existing company. So for relatively large scale FDI, this purchase of the existing share and the capital increase, they come together. Type number three, shareholder loan. This is very interesting because a shareholder loan, well, in terms of accounting, cannot be regarded as an investment actually, it is a liability. However, the Korean government acknowledges the shareholder loan as the foreign direct investment, as long as they satisfy the requirements. For example, the term of the loan for 5 or more years, and there's some qualification of the lender to satisfy and recognize shareholder loan as a foreign direct investment. Because I believe that this wind power energy projects would require at least, let's say, $100 million worth of the investment. Of course, that's not going to come only for the capital increase, also the loan from the shareholder. That's going to require some of the project financing from the banking side, securities companies, as well as other second-tier financial institutions as well. So for the energy-related project, shareholder loan is combined with the acquisition of new shares or the purchase of existing shares, depending who the main player is, including the capital increase of the existing company. So this is how the phases should be processed in order to ensure the successful mega deal projects here in Ulsan. Let me just go through the basic flow of foreign direct investment, how this is going to be processed by the company or the proxy. Pre-notification of the investment, inbound remittance, and registration of investment. Let me elaborate each phase in the next slide. First, consultation. Well, this is what I usually do day to day. So I have a lot of meetings with foreign investors, and we discuss what the structure is going to be in terms of the equity investment or the loan side, and when the deal structure is finalized, the actual process begins. Prior report for the investment, where Korea loves prior reporting or the prior notification. So it is called a prior notification country for capital transaction. When the foreign investor decides to make an investment, pre-report. And when they plan to borrow a loan from the lender overseas, pre-notify. Who? By the foreign investor himself or herself or itself. Or, since the foreign investors do not have their offices here in Korea, they usually hire a law firm to serve as a proxy, or well, in the legal term, they are called attorney at law. So the proxy 대리인 will exercise their right with the legalized power of attorney, which will be apostilled or notarized in the investor's country. Which institution to receive this report? The bank, such as Hana Bank or the Kotra. When the report is completed, there should be the wire process. The investors wire money. However, very ironically, foreign investors reside in foreign country. They don't have any bank account. In order to open a bank account for a non-resident foreign investor who do not have their offices here in Korea, the process of opening a bank account is very complicated. That's why we can open a kind of temporary or the floating, whichever the term may be, virtual account to receive the investment from the investment country. So we safely guard the investment which is wired from the overseas country with a temporary account under the name of the foreign investor. So that's very convenient and very safeguarded, the bank account to include all the process. Next, foreign exchange, the currency conversion from the foreign currency to the Korean won, and the stock subscription payment would be covered. The following stages, incorporation and FIE registration, some of the follow-up, they go through as time goes on. So this is the three major types of the foreign players entering to Korea. So I wouldn't go through all the details because like subsidiary here, well, this is the FDI process through the equity investment. Branch liaison office, where they differ in terms of the governing law and the accounting and the minimum equity investment and so forth. Lastly, I will give you some of the introduction of our Hana Bank Global Capital Transaction Center. Well, it offers a very hands-on expertise for the foreign investors who need to have cross-border transactions, making the investment or the lending to the Korean lenders. So this center provides a very experienced advisors for the diversified cross-border transaction based on the market position, which leads the market with the 35%, as well as top-notch banking services as well. KB Hana Bank overview. So let me wrap up my presentation. Well, for making investment here in Korea, which is very complicated when compared to Hong Kong or Singapore, you have to choose a right banking partner. Hana Bank can provide a solution to navigate the different rules and the regulations here in Korea. So when you want to knock the door of Korea, please find your right banking partner. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you so much for the informative presentation, Ms. Lee. So I assume all of you are hungry, and I think we are finished just in time for enough time for your lunch. And so lunch will begin now, and I'll see you all back at 1:30 p.m. And if you find a shuttle bus in front of C gate, and the bus will move you to the Anyang Market, or you can find some restaurants around the convention center. And the shuttle bus will depart at around 12:10 p.m. and at 1:10 the latest at Anyang Market, the shuttle bus will move you back to the convention center. So
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다. 이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다.
아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까?
천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windfloat Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth, to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silva Matos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, and welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from the shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping control environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest part, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so DPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction, and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the Wind-Float Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
how much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe, and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading, and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000, with 50 years of offshore expertise helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop 2 of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다. 이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정 발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다. 아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까? 천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windfloat Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
the big structures, which are really big. 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silva Matos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from the shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping control environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest partner, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so DPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction, and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the wind-float Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
How much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000. With 50 years of offshore expertise, helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop 2 of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다. 이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다. 아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까? 천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소 에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windfloat Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silvermatos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from this shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping controlled environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest part, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so DPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the wind-float Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
How much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe, and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000. With 50 years of offshore expertise, helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop two of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다. 이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다. 아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까? 천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소 에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windfloat Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain. Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silvermatos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, and welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from the shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping control environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest part, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so EDPR and ENGIE, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction, and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the Wind-Float Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
How much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe, and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000. With 50 years of offshore expertise, helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop two of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다. 이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다. 아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까? 천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windfloat Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silva Matos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from this shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping controlled environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest part, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so EDPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the Wind-Float Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
How much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe, and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000. With 50 years of offshore expertise, helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop two of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다. 이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정 발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다. 아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까? 천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, today we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windfloat Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silvermatos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, and welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from the shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping controlled environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest part, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so DPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction, and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the Wind-Float Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
How much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts, the same as Shell is developing in wind projects across the USA, Europe, and Asia. To help customers reduce their emissions, Shell is building an integrated power business to provide more renewable and low-carbon energy through generation, trading and supply. Wind power is crucial to this future. Shell's wind story starts in 2000. With 50 years of offshore expertise, helping construct the UK's first offshore wind turbines. In 2007, Shell partners in Nordsee Wind to build the first 100-plus megawatt Netherlands offshore wind farm. 2016 is the launch of what is now Shell's Renewables and Energy Solutions business to find new ways to help customers decarbonise. In 2020, to develop two of the largest offshore wind farms in the USA, Shell partners in Atlantic Shores Offshore Wind and Mayflower Wind. And in the Netherlands, Shell and UECO win the Hollandse Kust Noord tender. Today, Borssele 3 and 4 in the Dutch North Sea are fully operational, built with Shell's expertise as part of the Blauwind consortium. Shell's target is to be a net zero emissions energy business by 2050, in step with society.
머나먼 태평양에서 불어오는 바람이 잠시 쉬어가는 길목. 깊고 푸른 동해바다에서 울산으로 더 큰 바람이 불어옵니다.
내빈 여러분께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 내빈 여러분께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please proceed to the hall and take your seats. I hope you had a great time for your lunch. And from now on, we will commence our second session of the forum. Like the morning session, each presentation will be allotted 15 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will ring a bell, and I will ring a bell twice when there's a 1 minute left. So please take a look at the timer on the screen to manage your time. Then I would like to invite Ju Wan-don, team manager from Dusan Heavy Industry, and he will explain about DS2058 megawatt project. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Ju Sang-don from Dusan Heavy Industry. First off, I'm very glad to participate here in Ulsan, which is the cluster of floating offshore industry. And let me introduce the current status of this turbine. I'm very glad to have this opportunity. Starting from the current status, and I would like to let you know the progresses of floating offshore wind project. And this is the content of my presentation. And let me talk about the current progress of 8 megawatt specifications and current development status. And last but not least, I will mention about our track record of business in terms of offshore wind power energy. This is specification of our turbine with the rated capacity of 8 megawatt and a rotor diameter of 205 meters. Starting from 8 megawatt, we are using direct type. In case of voltage, 22.9, and for the mass production we will cover 33 as well as 66 kV, and we have a lot of variation in our products. The grade is class 1B, which covers most of the domestic circumstances. And this is the blade. When it comes to blade, we have carbon and glass fiber as well as hybrid. As you can see from the below, carbon fiber and pre-preg and pultrusion, as you can see on the left side of the slide. For the 3 mega, we use pre-preg, and for the 8 megawatt, we use the pultrusion. As some of you may know, through our experience with the 3 megawatt, we applied carbon to blade, and we learned that we have to be very careful when applying carbon to pre-preg. For the structure of the blade, we have to get through the thorough experiment. And those pictures on the right side, we tried to find out the fault of carbon. And this is about the mold and the spark cap manufacturing process. After we make blade, we have to get through the experiment for fatigue and load test. On the right side, this is a photo for testing, including fatigue, and this hasn't been conducted yet, but in the past we used this for 3.5 megawatt and 5 megawatt project, and these kind of testings will be carried out later on. And this is a photo that we took a month ago when we delivered our blade, and this photo was taken by myself. And this one, Human Composite Factory located in Ulsan, we had to deliver our product, so it was taken on the way of delivery. Beside the blade, after we completed our system design, a lot of things are under progress. And this is hub. This is direct drive generators and mainframe casting product, and this is transformer, converter, and also this is cooling system, and this is heli platform for emergent cases. Currently, for the assembling nacelle, we are at the later stages, and this is hub, and the right photo is the current status of main frame. This is generator, and generator is direct driver, so road part should be separately assembled. And currently, a basic test for generator is being prepared, as well as performance testing. After we completed the preparation for a blade and nacelle, we have to install, and this is the current status of preparing our demonstration site. This is about 1 month ago. And whole turbine system can be tested here in Yeonggwang, located in Jeonnam area. And on the right side, an 8 megawatt demonstration site is located. And if you take a close look at this photo, now we are working to assemble tower. And this is the expected output curve, and it's for 8 megawatt. In case of 8 megawatt, the average wind speed is 11 meters, and if we upgrade our capacity to 10 megawatt, maybe 10 megawatt. So far, rated output performance testing hasn't been carried out, so it's quite, I feel very cautious to show this. But in the past, we carried out 5.5 megawatt experience as well as a 3.5 megawatt experiences. I think this will be very similar to the real case of upgraded megawatt. Based on this power curve, when it is installed installed domestically, how much benefit we can deliver to our customers. We considered a lot. Domestically, the coverage where we can install this are the southern part, and in Jeonnam area doesn't really have a high wind speed. It has usually 6 to 8. So if we apply 8 megawatt, and the average wind speed is 6.5. So the usage rate will be quite high. And if we apply floating offshore system in the Donghae area, then according to the wind speed, the utility rate will increase further. This is the current status of preparation for floating offshore wind. This is a very early stage in our company, so we haven't really had meaningful data for that. Let me just explain the preparation process. This is a national assignment for the floating offshore wind. From July this year, we started this project. Beside Ulsan Heavy Industry, 11 companies are working together, and the objective of this project is to make commercializing. So constructing and designing floaters, and with domestic technologies, through the specialized engineering companies, we will complete design and to examine the floating and the mooring system. And this turbine can be verified in a real scale. This is the picture of 8 megawatt model. If we apply 10 megawatt, then the weight of this floater will be more than 3,200 tons. What is unique is this: among these 3 legs. At the center, there will be a floater will be located. There are pros and cons, but when it comes to cons, it is located at the center. When it comes to pros, it's easier to place, but when we install this, the distance, some distance is needed. But it's easier and convenient to make it strong. When we are finished with the designing and constructions, the verification experiment will be carried out. It might be located, and according to our plan, we are thinking about the Jeju Island to install this. This is a track record of our project. In fact, from 2005, Ulsan Heavy Industries started wind power industries. So in 2009, we got authorized for the first time in Asia. In order to secure our capacity, we have worked a lot. And in 2012, the same type of platform with a rotor diameter of more than 9 meters, we launched a new model. As a meaningful step, we started to design our own blader. And our designing capacity upgraded a lot during that stage. And with the Class 1 and 2 models, for the first time in Korea, we installed offshore wind for the first time in Korea. And we installed the wind turbine. And in 2017, for the first time in Korea, starting from Tamna wind, offshore wind. And since then, 3 megawatt carbon plate was established. At that time, not only domestic companies, but also other companies used our products. And this is for 5.5 megawatt. We acquired it from Hyundai Heavy Industry in 2018. So somehow, it was the case for cooperation between domestic companies. We acquired 5.5 megawatt from HHI, and since then we have accumulated our experience, and we are aiming to provide this to the market. And in 2019, TCS model was developed, and combining with this, two models combined it. 60 megawatt wind farm. We provide our project to West Southern Sea. This is the largest wind farm in Korea. It should grow to 1 gigawatt and 2 gigawatt market as overseas. So to do that, we need more infrastructure. We have to work to foster domestic market further. And through Tamna project and the Southern West first phase project, we accumulated a lot of experiences, and I believe it will lay a stepping stone for us to develop further. And we started to provide O&M service, and based our experiences in 2 different projects. And integrated monitoring system will also be improved to provide reliable services to our clients. From 2018, 8 megawatt, 5-meter turbine was developed, and these products were very challenging objective to our company, because at that time in 2018, when we developed turbine model for the first time, average load diameter globally was 160. So we Our aim was a 205-meter rotor diameter, so it was quite ambitious. And we also changed it towards direct drive type. And in the process of developing this turbine, we reflected all our experiences for quality control. And we are about to complete our process for 2.205-meter 8-megawatt turbine. And this is supported by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. It was a very short presentation, and thank you for your attention. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Ju.
다시 한번 안내 말씀드리면요. 울산 군시개발통역에 투자를 계획하시는 무무바람 그리고 테크노
Munubaram, Equinor, GIG and Total Energies, KF Wind, and SKENS, who are interested in investing in the project, in Ulsan Offshore Wind project. All of you are here at the forum, so I really look forward to your active participation. And next, we will invite Chief Researcher Kim Ik-soo and Lee Jae-ik from POSCO. So the presenter will be splitting the presentation, and I'll give you 20 minutes since you have two presenters. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
네, 반갑습니다. 방금 소개받은
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I work at POSCO Research Institute, and my presentation today is divided into two parts. And I will talk about how to reduce cost for the FOWT solution, and also how to improve performance. So the first part of the presentation touches upon our proprietary technology, and I'll mainly talk about the process of developing the product. And in the latter part of the presentation, our proprietary technology will be highlighted in more detail. So this is a simple overview of POSCO, and you are all familiar with our company. POSCO was established in 1968, and currently we are number 6, global number 6, top 6 producer of steel. And we also have steel making plants for production and research of steel and steel products. And apart from these facilities, we also have another research institute in Songdo, Incheon. And this research institute mostly supports our partner organizations and our clients who buy steel from our company and manufacture steel products. And I work at this research institute. So the Steel Solution Research Institute that I work at works like this. So POSCO makes steel and steel products, and the research institute is for steel products. So of course it handles the steel related research, but we also focus on adding value to our client products and improve performance of their products so that the POSCO steel can contribute to shaping our clients' products in a unique way. And performance and safety of our clients' products are also focus of our research. There are 4 research groups in our research institute, and for each of these branches, client groups are different, and we have 200 researchers in 4 branches. So most of them work in Songdo, and some of them are located in Pohang. So that was a basic overview of the Research Institute of POSCO. And as you can see from this slide, the offshore plant structures need lots of steel materials, and the steel products are selected depending on the purpose and type of the structure. So selection of the appropriate type of steels impact safety of the structure, and for economical design, the steel product selection is really important. And in terms of structure and type, floating offshore, well, compared to floating offshore wind farm, this is different in terms of size and safety. So depending on the floating type or fixed type, you have to make an appropriate selection for the steel product. Starting from the early 2010, POSCO has worked hard to raise competitiveness in floating offshore. And there are many stages before commercialization, and POSCO, based on our proprietary technology and competency, we have worked hard to reduce cost and improve performance. And we have proprietary performance improving technologies and cost reducing technologies. And the important thing is that all of our technologies are proven in terms of impact and effectiveness. So the validation of the technology is important. And that's why we conduct whole life cycle analysis and validation. And for example, lightweight of the structure or improving life cycle design. This is not just a matter of economic feasibility, but with huge ripple effect. And for example, CO2 reduction is one of such impacts. So wind power, wind energy is an energy. It looks at energy sources that are natural. They are not processed, which is CO2. And it naturally results in lower emission of CO2. So even compared to other renewable energy sources like PV and other forms, the CO2 emission is quite lower. And these figures are for 10 megawatt floating offshore. The total emission divided by the life cycle period. So you can see throughout most of the stages, the CO2 emission occurs. And the substructure of the floaters, you can see the emission is 63%. The technology of the POSCO is mostly about lightweight of the floater or the improvement of performance. But as you can see from this table, the longer the life cycle design, or the lighter the structure weight becomes, you can also see how the emission becomes lower. So economy isn't everything. that we hold high. And as I mentioned in the earlier slides, POSCO has a proprietary performance-improving steel materials, and we also are developing technologies that can support such feature. And the ultimate goal would be the reduction of LCOE. And we have various types of steels for various purposes in terms of improving performance. So it all aims to strengthen the structure and make the life cycle longer. So all of this is related to LCOE, and LCOE reduction is the expected outcome. And on the slide, you can find some of the proprietary steel materials that we developed at the POSCO. And so for this same collision energy, our proprietary steels definitely have some advantages. For example, the general steel can incur some holes for most of the collision, but our proprietary steels are more resistant to such collision. So these steels can be used for the floaters, where you expect some collision or submersion will happen, and you can make the structure collision-proof or submersion-proof. And of course, we need to have some probabilistic design approach, but all this design are already reflected in the design of the steel. So you don't have to worry about that too much. So I'll turn over the podium to my next presenter.
예, 반갑습니다.
I'm EJ from POSCO Research Institute. So I'll be the second presenter of the presentation. And our research institute is dedicated to the value addition of our client. So starting from design and O&M, we are aiming to provide the total solution to all the stages for our client. So you can contact us for any help you need in terms of solution. For floating offshore, we started working in 2010. And the reason for that is, of course, the projects will need a lot of steel. And our policy guideline was to go along with the client to create value. And that's why we support many technologies to our clients. So 70% of our personnel at the Research Institute is dedicated for use technology. And currently, giving technological support to our client is our main goal. So floating offshore wind project has been available for a very long time. But of course, all the concerns, the initial concerns and early day concerns were addressed as of now. And we have some sort of established design or technology platform. And the floating offshore is mostly conducted by the classification, the Korea classification. So most of the talks are centered around the classification. not just the structure, for easier approach. And we mostly deal with the same weight load as the marine structure. And the current floating offshore structures are very simple in structure, and there are some risks, of course, tsunami, storms, but we don't have many definite data. So the lack of data is still a risk. And fabrication process. For fabrication process, we provide technological support. And from the perspective of our client, low cost, same technology. If the same technology can incur lower cost, that is our aim. And this is the perspective for the fabrication and manufacturing. So most of them are using cylinder type, which is perfectly feasible from the current level of technology available in Korea. And just like the Fukushima 2 megawatt unit, that is the issue, because we have to think about like 20 years without any failure or errors. So for that to happen, what type of welding is needed? For example, that is the technological focus. And we also have to think about strain, because it will have a huge impact on fatigue of the structure. So it all is related to molding technology. And I think for 8 megawatt unit, the flange should be unique problem to the offshore wind. And precise welding is needed to make it less than 1 millimeter. And cost reduction by adjusting some procedure of the welding is also part of our technological point. And for the cost reduction involves corrosion as the key issue. So if any issue occurs, maybe you can disconnect the mooring and tow it to onshore, but the probability of that is really low because it requires a lot of cost. It's too expensive. So the corrosion and the corrosion-induced fatigue are the key factors that you have to consider in designing and fabricating. So using our proprietary steel will lead to a significant reduction of the O&M cost. And so how much can you save? Well, for 20 years of your life cycle, maybe 1.3 billion won is the tangible amount of cost you can reduce. It's worth a tugboat in price. So I've shown you a lot of slides for the floating offshore. And currently, Mitsui Shipbuilding has established 4 gigawatts. And in the past, we collaborated with Mitsui Shipbuilding. And the Mirai 2 megawatt turbine model was the focus of our research. We once reviewed the safety of the structure of the Mirai, which you're going to see at the video I'm about to show you. So the floating offshore wind is not impossible, but it doesn't mean that it's not without issues and problems. So there are things you have to consider. So the life cycle is 20 years, and the basic standard was NK. and wind speed is 48, and wave is 11.7, and current is 1.5, and the 0.87 of vertical strain. It can resist tsunami. So this figure is 0.87. So if you say 0.01 is for static load, so it's 100 times larger than that. So it's similar to collision, and this figure shows that it's resistant to collision. And depth is 32 meters, and the structure of the floater is, as you see on the slide, 6 moorings and anchors are attached at the top side of the structure. Well, all of the details you can see in the video. Can you play the video? So this is Fukushima. This is turbine, 2 megawatt turbine. And on the deck, you see some coated materials. And if you see here in the circle, you see how these signals are arrayed, just like for vessels. And there are many holes in the deck. And this is, well, I told you the anchors are settled on the top side of the structure, and the hydraulic jacking needs to be put. And Kizuna model is being seen. And the height is 16 meters of the structure. And this is Shinfu, 5 megawatt hydraulic converter attached model. And the turbine is not in operation. So you can see the structure is really simple, but this is single hull, and there is this dews created, constantly being generated, leading to the corrosion of the structure. So that is the big issue, even though the structure was really simple. So floating is feasible. The wave you see, the wave of the sea you see is 1 meter. So floating is feasible in this type of environment. But the thing is that the traveling of the maintenance ship going to and from such site will incur lots and lots of money, 10 million won per trip. So this could be another challenge for the floating offshore. And many government projects have been announced. And next time I hope to show you a Korean version of the same video. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much for the presentation, POSCO, Mr. Kim and Mr. Lee. That was really interesting.
And our next presentation will be made by Manager Chang In-seok from LS Cable and System. The theme of the presentation is the World Best Cable Solution Leader. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good afternoon. I am the Chang In-seok from the underwater transmission team from LS Cable and System. And thank you very much for Thank you very much to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to join this forum. Let me start my presentation. The order of my presentation, it will start with the history of our company and business review, and it will also include the feature and the development status of dynamic cable. LS Cable was founded in 1962, and we had a factory in the Gumi and Anyang area. And in 2009, HVDC and underwater cable had a lot of potential. That's what we thought. So we established underwater cable factory in Donghae area. And in 2010, we conducted a Jindo and Jeju project, and HDCV underwater cable was completed by our company. And now we are engaged in various projects, including the one in Taiwan. So we are one of the global leaders in cable solutions. And this is a business overview of our company. We have transmission distribution cable and also submarine cable, telecommunication industrial cable, and industrial materials. We have been growing based on these business areas. This is about offshore wind power transmission. First, the power generated by offshore wind, we have to bring this energy to the onshore. Then what kind of cable do we have to use? There are two different cables. The first is HVAC, and the second is HVDC. There are two different cable types. So what kind of features each cable have and what kind of pros and cons they have, please take a look at the table for those pros and cons. In case of HVAC, it is affected by frequency, so there's a huge transmission loss. So compared to HVDC, we need bigger size of conductor. So compared to the HVDC, it has higher costs of cable. And due to the frequency, when we make a long-distance transmission, it's quite inefficient. Therefore, HVAC cable has limited length of maximum transmission. Therefore, for HVAC cable, we need to have additional equipment for onshore and the substation. We need to secure special space to establish those equipment separately. And let me talk about the features of HVDC. We have to make conversion. Therefore, we need to establish conversion equipment. So compared to HVAC cable, we need a bigger platform. Therefore, it has higher costs for platform establishment. Next, when we construct offshore wind farm, what kind of cable we would need? There are two different types of cables. First, inter-array cable, and another one is export cable. There are two different types of cable. Currently, in case of inter-array cables, we use 6/6 cables. And of course, it has different sizes according to the permitted voltage, but we usually use a 6/6 size. And in case of export type, the conductor size, recently we delivered 1600 to 1800 sizes. And for the conductor size, as you can see, the max is 1800, but we delivered maximum 2500. This slide is about what kind of cables we deliver, but I don't think it's important, so I'll skip this part. For offshore, floating offshore cable, I think, dynamic cable is the most important part. So how we design dynamic cable and how we verify about the fatigueness. So let me give you a brief explanation. For cable design, each region has different wind speed and wind condition, and it has different environment according to turbine styles. So there's a high chance to make to have a new design. So we also have to consider the feature of floaters. And after we complete our cables, through the global analysis, we have to check global extreme load numbers. And we have to think about how much cable fatigue can be covered. After that, we have to make decisions based on those data. We have to conduct type tests to check the fatigue test, whether we can pass the fatigue test or not. So in this way, we secure the soundness of cables. There are two different types of dynamic cable. One is dry type, and second one is semi-dry type. If we say dry type, the cis layer is aluminum, or we use pencils. And in case of semi-wet type, we use kappa wire. So cis layer is not 100% processed, so it's called semi-dry type. And we use TR insulator. So we try to use insulator with better performance to make semi-dry type. Semi-wet type cable is more suitable for dynamic cable. So as you can see here, that it has higher dynamic performance rate. Then, how well we develop dynamic cable in LS company, and when we will complete our process, this will be touched upon in this slide. In 2019, LS cable worked on 33 kV. We conducted a full-scale fatigue test. We verified the test. It's already 33 kV dynamic cable was verified. Accordingly, starting from 2020, we started to develop 70 kV dynamic cable. And by 2022, 70 kV level cable will be tested. But it doesn't mean that we can utilize cable and we can commercialize the cables. Like floaters, we also have to conduct demonstration to figure out whether these cables can actually endure the fatigue test and whether it can really transmit power. Therefore, from 2023, we will conduct the field test to verify its performances. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Please give him a big round of applause. The manager, Jang Yun-seok of LS Cable. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Next, we'll invite Mr. Yoon Sung-young from KT Submarine, who will talk about submarine cable installation, DP vessels, and equipment. Please welcome with a round of applause. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Yoon Sung-young from KT Submarine. And before I begin, I'd like to thank the Mayor Song Chul-ho of Ulsan City and other stakeholders for letting me here to talk to you about our company. KT Submarine is a specialty company for submarine cable installation. So these are the contents of my presentation. So I'll talk about capability and assets, track records of KT Submarine by highlighting some of the projects that we conducted. So this is the overview of our company. The headquarters are located in Songjeong, Busan. And the ship post, the vessel's post, is located in Geoje. And why our headquarters are located in Busan? Well, the submarine cables are mostly exported and mostly passes Songjeong, and that's why we chose Songjeong as our headquarters. And as you can see from the title of our company is one of the sort of branches of the KT, and KT is, of course, the biggest shareholder of our company. And for the last 26 years, we've established a lot of track records like you see on the slide. And since the moment we earned our license in the business areas that we do right now, and we also got listed in the Kosdaq at some point during this timeline. So during our history of 26 years, we've conducted successfully many projects and was able to establish a solid performance and solid track record. So you can see some Hanjin project and 2HRV, and we also have the ship called Mirero, which I'm going to talk about later. So this is the organigram of our company. So there's a CEO, and I work at a business and sales division. This is the vision of our company. We put our customer first, and we are forward-looking and future-oriented. And HSE policy lies at the center of our company. So the ISO 9001 or 1401 and 4501 and other standards are well complied. And this is the core capability of our company. We have capabilities in submarine cable, offshore, and others, including construction, installation and engineering, marine survey, RC, PLGR, mainlay, PLINB, and cable landing. We have in-house capabilities to do all this in the submarine cable. And for offshore oil and gas, excluding lead pipe, flexible pipes can be covered with our own capabilities. And trenching ROV can also lay the cables. And the survey is also possible using the ROV. And the other capability that we have is derrick construction, and we also conducted some defense projects. Of course, you can't. I can't talk to you about this in detail, but this project definitely used our capabilities. And these are the main activities regarding the submarine cables installation and maintenance. Since we have a proprietary vessels for this project, and we also have our own lay capabilities, we have been able to conduct O&M business within our capability. And inspection, maintenance, and repair for subsea structures are one of the areas that we can cover. We also have track records in this. And if you see the photo, the bottom left photo is for the Donghae subsea SCM control module and how we changed one of the modules. And on the middle, you see the pipes, the subsea pipes. And Donghae gas pipes are nearing its end of the construction, so maybe next year it'll start producing. And we took part in the maintenance and repair project. And on the bottom right is the imaging survey of the subsea structure. And the upper left is flexible pipeline and how our vessel Segero lay the cables with the cooperation of Hyundai Heavy Industries. And on the upper middle, umbilical cord and flexible pipelines are laid. And it shows how trenches are generated through the jetting. And this is the Yokohama zone. Yokohama zone means a lot to us because after the completion of floating offshore wind, you have to somehow think about maintenance and repairing. And this Yokohama zone shows how this communication network and cables are being maintained and repaired. And you can see how cables are complicatedly laid. And in Yokohama zone, 30 cables are maintained through 20 zones. So this works on the basis of consortium and capable of providing repairing service 24/7. You provide materials where the repairing work is needed. And 2 ships are rotating on a shift 24/7. So there's no hole in the repairing system. And this is how the world is segmented for the maintenance purpose. And this shows the projects that we conducted, some significant sizes. So, for example, in 2013, we laid 10,000 kilometers of cables connecting several countries, including Japan, China. So this is a really solid track record of what we've done so far in laying cables. And this is Koje Depot, and it has a berthing structures capable of harboring 2 ships. And also storage facility for materials for repair. And in the depot, the facilities for producing derrick is also available. And this is the flow chart for the construction procedure. And this shows the vessels and assets that we have. 3 vessels, plows and RVs. And there is this vessel that we're planning to build. So you see CS Segero, MV Mirero, and Q1000, T800, and plow. This is cable vessel, and cable tanks are included in Segero vessel, capable of harboring 4,500 tons, 2 sets of 4,500 tons. And this is Mirero. You can load up to 500 tons. And I think it's very useful in future offshore projects. This is the drawing for a ship that we're planning to build. So it's 136 meters long and 24 meters wide. So we completed the concept design, and we aim to conclude the contract by the end of the year. And we're now going through the review for quotation. And well, once the contract is made, I think in 28 to 30 months, we're going to be able to be delivered a ship. And the biggest feature of this is that there are 3,000 size ton 3,000 ton tanks are loaded, and I believe it can cover up to 4 gigawatts. So carousel is also expected to be loaded on the top, and And the quadrant system will be included for the increased efficiency. And this is Q1000 RV. It's an unmanned cable-lay submarine vessel. And it can cover a burial depth up to 3 meters. And this is plow. So it's also for laying cables, and it works simultaneously with the T1000 or Q1000 or 800. These are the projects that we conducted for power cable and optical cables. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you for the presentation.
And next presentation is about the mooring line design for FOWT. And the team manager Hong Sung-gi from Chaos Wire will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for giving me this chance to stand before you to introduce our products. My name is Hong Sung-gi from Lope Development Technology Service Team from KIS Wire. Let me introduce our product, N2 Spiral. This is table of contents of my presentation today. First, and I'll also talk about mooring line design. And what kind of efforts we are making to reflect the needs of 5 investors of this project. This is the introduction of our company. We are one of the world's largest high-carbon steel wire producers. The annual sales is about $2.2 billion, and annual production is 1.2 million MT. And more than 80 countries around the world, we export our products. And KIS Wire was established in 1945. So far, we have been focusing on the ship materials only. In Malaysia, in 1989, we established the production post there to provide rope for offshore industry. And additionally, we wanted to expand our industry into the deep water. In 2008, we expanded our facility there. And the size of the building is about 600 tons can be handled at once there. These are the product lines that KIS Wire produce. Auto tire, we have a high sales volume. Bead wire and tire stakeholders, we have largest share. And other parts, and bridge wires and power plant take account a smaller share, and energy part 7%. We're not involved in the wind power yet, but we are producing saw wire for solar power wipers. Wire rope is our main product. PC wire and the products that we put into tires of cars. And these are for oil transmission line. We also have a specialized factory for this. As mentioned earlier, this is for solar vapor. This is sewing wire. This is N2 spiral product introduction. This is for a permanent mooring. In order to use a permanent mooring, we need a specially designed spiral. So in the past, we didn't really have equipment to produce this kind of products, but with the addition of our equipment, we are now able to produce this kind of specially designed products, and we could also meet the requirement of the ship owners. And the socketing process is also possible in our factory, and the final product is produced, and we can deliver after packing. This is the status of packing. We reach to the area for installation. And it has 20 to 25 years of service time. This is a scope of N2 spiral technical data from 65 to 170 millimeters. And these are the process of manufacturing of our products. Wire load is the most essential part. We use coast cable material. It has a little bit of silicone and to meet the requirements of our customers. And we also provided this to make Ulsan Grand Bridge. And I think 12 millimeter is long enough. And we have to get through a lot of processes before we finalizing the plastic CC procedures. This is test results of POSCO with our developed products. For transportation, these are the specifications for packing services. This is heavy, so we need to have a specially fixed equipment. And we have our own mooring line designs, and 10 megawatt scale of hull foam is required for Ulsan floating offshore wind technology. We need 150 to 20 meters of water depth. The life cycle for wind farm on average is about 50 years of environmental review, but we entered 100 years of return period. This is met ocean condition. Usually in Ulsan area, we used the existing data in Ulsan area. This is hull form. We used rebuilt hull forms from PPI. In the future, maybe currently we are working on 10 megawatt, but with increasing size of capacity, we will additionally consider to increase the capacity. These are critical responses for mooring design and acceptable criterion. It has to have a heel should be less than 10 degrees. And line tension should be larger than safety factor of 1.67, and uplift force should be close to 0 or less than 5% of line tension. And offset should be less than 40% of water depth. These are 4 conditions for our roof review. And these are the chain models for our review. And 114 millimeter R4 Suttles chain. In order to reduce cost, we reviewed with chain poly type. These are wire rope clump chain model. I think wire rope should be long enough with 108 millimeters. But it's lighter than chain. But so we needed some section of clump of, if we include a clump of 50 tons, the 4 safety condition will be met. In accordance with the permanent mooring system, we need to have seized spiral strand, but under unique circumstances, 6-stranded product wouldn't really have much problems. However, in Donghae area, we have to find the suitable solutions, but we used review with the standard. This is the result of our feasibility study. For the 4 conditions that I mentioned before, offset, heel angle, maximum tension, safety factor, uplift force, anchor, and angles are organized under each category, and we could check that satisfactory point could be met. However, the most important factor is cost perspective, of course, as well as risk management perspective. So we have to contemplate the requirements of our client. So we have 100 meters and 200 meters water depth, but we also consider the cost reduction and risk management factors. We used Chinese chains and polycarbon. We used HMPs, polyester type for our review. And wire rope, we use our company's one. When we use chain, if we assume that that is 100%, then wire rope clump cost can be reduced to 77% according to our own studies. And cost reduction is important, but at the same time, risk management is so essential. And we could also check the reduced risk factors. And this is about fatigue. Spiral strand is the most excellent. You can check the chain fatigue. And in case of corrosion, of course, each sea have different condition, but it has high risk, as you can see. So 108 millimeters spiral splendid structure is like this, with size of wire 5 millimeters, and the yellow part is the final one. This is the section of after final process. So we need 145 ton with 765 meter. And there are 3 places to have this capacity. And I believe the capacity is about the same. And lead time takes about 6 months on average. In Malaysian factory, we have our own site. And this is a photo of our Malaysian site. This is how we deliver our products using barge ship. We have Taken Leaf factory. We have good relationship with that. And this is about anti-spiral products reference. When we design our ship, this is spare part, and P35. We do have a record for P35, and this is OC, and these are products produced by Daewoo Maritime, and this is about 450 tons. Those products are the one that we delivered, and 20,000 scale barge cranes anchor also is the thing that we provided. And this is the end of my presentation. We are still actually we are entering the 2nd phase of our design overview. And in case of the spot type and TIP type, we expect to complete our feasibility study by the end of this year. I expect that mooring design and kisser designs will be introduced to you. And that's my wish. And by that time, we will more proactively marketing our products. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Team Manager Hong Sung-hoon, for your presentation.
홍식 팀장께서 해상 풍
We'll invite Mr. Kim Young-sik from Chogwang Yotan. Thank you for the introduction. I am Kim Young-sik, head of the team from Chogwang Yotan. So I'll talk about 3 things in my presentation. Firstly, I'll briefly talk about my company, Yotan, and a second part we'll talk about technical aspects for corrosion prevention and coating solutions and other things. And I added some reference materials. So Chogwang Yotan makes coating materials, and it's headquartered in Norway, and it's a multinational company. It has more than 100 supply chain all over the world. We were established in 1926, and Chogwang Yotan was established as a joint venture in 1988, based in Busan. So the production facilities are based in Busan. So headquarters are in Busan, but we also have presence in Jeolla and Seoul. So the offshore structures compared to onshore structures are exposed to more harsh environments more than anything. So compared to onshore, we see wave, ice, salt, UV, splash. So the coating materials should be different. And second feature is long expected life. So we have to consider a fatigue design with more than 25 years as a life cycle consideration, and standards are more strict than the onshore structures. And coding requirements are also different because you have to consider certain standards that can be resistant to some environmental conditions. So these are some technical standards, ISOs. So ISO 12944 and VGB is for German standard, while ISO is for Norway. And GBNB is for China. And DNVGL is a common standard. And now let me talk a little bit more about the products. The first one is Balto Flake. So for polyester, unsaturated polyester coating is what we use. So it has exceptional lifetime, and it can resist extreme conditions and hard wearing. And we always mention 30 years of life cycle design, and we also provide 30 years of guarantee, leading to the significant reduction of the OPEX. And this is how the structures were used for the development of the oil field in ConocoPhillips. And currently we are doing the decommissioning work. And I heard from the DMV is that the coating, they were really impressed how the coatings remain the same until the decommissioning. So I heard they are doing the analysis. And we, for the Balto Flake product, the TSA, which is known as the strongest material, is used. And well, safety and pricing and some of the other standards, some of the other criteria of the TSA stand out. And this is the LEP Pro. It's a leading edge protection. LEP stands for leading edge protection, and we call it blade coating. So this is the composition of system, prime, top coat, and edge. So you can see how Eurotop also goes into the leading edge protection. So the wind blade needs coating because, as you can see in this photo, in 1 year, 2 year, 10 years, and more than 10 years, you can see lots and lots of erosion happening. And AEP, annual energy prediction, shows different figures in terms of efficiency. So if you don't do the coating, you can see how it is reduced by 8% maximum. So if you do the coating, if you coat the blade, then you can increase the efficiency in terms of AEP. And this is the test method. It's not like we use random coating material. We only use the proven material for the coating. And we also have a unique process to prove the efficiency of the material. So the trend is bigger size and longer blade. So we always try to follow the trend. And China is the main powerhouse for the blade coating, and in Korea, we see some of the companies trying to jump into the field. So back to the offshore. So offshore is all about going green. So the same goes with the coating for the coating material. We use the environmentally friendly technology and materials for our client, and we provide technology support. in a more environmentally friendly way. So we use solvent-free design. We reduced VOC emissions by up to 98%, and we also reduced the emission of CO2 by 99% tops, and low risk of fire and low risk, free of HAPs. And for the typical materials, you can see the hydrogen combination, but we use different types of chemical composition with higher adhesion and higher performance. So if we do the performance test, the existing coating materials only can persist 15 years, while ours can remain intact in 30 years, for 30 years maximum. So no matter how good materials you use for the coating, the technology is important, and the environmental conditions also matter. So splash zone or tugboat zones are our focus, because usually within 1 or 2 years you start to see the problems happening. So the differentiation, well, the curing happens underwater, and it can continue to cure after immersion, and there are various choices for colors, and you can manage flash rust. So this is a summary for benefits. The first feature, the strongest feature of Ulsan is technical service. We've done a lot of plant projects, and we have more than 150 coating advisors on board. And it's maintenance free, so you can reduce significant amount of capex. And it's eco-friendly, and you can see VOC reduction. And it's also energy efficient. And most importantly, it has anti-corrosion performance feature. And this is the reference of our track record. We worked on the substation in east-western part of Korean Peninsula, and UK, China area, and we also have some track records for substations in those countries. So Ulsan protects property. This is the catchphrase that we have. So even though we are a coating material company, but with our proprietary technology and good engineers and advisors, I'm sure we'll be able to provide any service you want. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Kim. And we'll invite.
And the next presentation will be made by Camp about InnoZinc method. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good afternoon, and this is high performance, eco-friendly InnoZinc will be the topic of my presentation. My name is Jeon Hyun-jun, and I'm very glad to meet you all. And our company is based on the technology and trust of our customers, and And we use hot dip galvanizing and electric galvanizing and JFC coatings problems. We want to solve all of these problems, and after the 1980s trend, we wanted to provide eco-friendly and high-performance anti-corrosion technology. So we'd like to prevent the corrosion under the harsh condition. We have so many different patents, and we successfully made mass production. And we actively introduced AI to secure the quality, and we make active collaboration with KAIST and UNIST and to secure data and utilize AI. And InnoZinc is shows high performance under harsh conditions, and it overcomes the limitation of corrosion resistance, and through the ionization, and the bonding strength is very high, especially in order to by reducing the amount of raw materials, we can also contribute to reducing cost, and in the process of production, CO2 emission is cut. So we provide cost-effective method. And the galvanizing liquid and post-treatment liquid has the ceramic material for the outstanding performance. And under the condition of KSD 9502, we satisfied more than 1,000 hours of corrosion resistance. And based on the ceramic structure feature, we have 3 to 5 times higher acid resistance. So we use an eco-friendly pre-treatment to reduce wastewater. And we provide cost-effective options. If you apply this to internal, then the thickness of galvanization is very thin, so it will improve stability of your products. This is the comparison between hot dip galvanizing and InnoZinc. And in case of hot dip galvanizing, we use zinc and aluminum. And in case of Deep Dragon, and the thickness of galvanizing is very thick and it's not even. So overtip is necessary in this regard. And the treatment temperature is 460 to 530 degrees Celsius. It needs very high temperature. That's why it increases your cost for energy. But it has pros because it provides mechanical bonding strength, very high level of bonding strength, but it has very fast speed of corrosion. And in case of corrosion resistance, it's 480 hours, and cyclic corrosion is 20 cycle. In case of InnoZinc, it use zinc and ceramic, and the average thickness is 12 to 15 micrometer, and we can process with room temperature to 70 degrees Celsius, and it has a high mechanical bonding strength, and it has very high durability. It has higher corrosion resistance, clamping characteristics, and chemical resistance. It also satisfies corrosion resistance of more than 1,000 hours, and the price is similar or lower than hot dip galvanizing, so it's cost effective. And if it is revealed to harsh condition like seawater, the whitening phenomenon is often often occur. To provide that, we use a post-treatment process. In 2018, there was a regulatory framework, so that's why we are faced with very hard difficulties for post-treatment, and which increase the costs. Increase the cost. So some factories are giving up to conduct post-treatment process. And this is ion ceramic combination layer, and the third layer is that ceramic layer. And this is a comparison of manufacturing galvanizing and decreasing rinsing, pickling, rinse, and flux treatment and galvanizing, spin, cooling, and post-treatments are required. But in case of InnoZinc, it can reduce the wasted water and the CO2 emission because it uses eco-friendly pre-treatment and rinsing and electro-cleansing, rinsing, and then inorganic galvanizing rinsing. And it uses 3 gachromate rinsing, spin dry of 60 degrees Celsius, and ceramic post-treatment, and it needs 5 minutes for drying with the 70 degrees Celsius of temperature. So it has a lot of benefits. And with the ASPMP 112, we made a comparison for corrosion resistance. In case of hot dip galvanizing, 45 to 55 micrometers, we could check only small amount of whitening for InnoZinc, but in case of hot dip galvanizing, we have more often cases of whitening color rust and red color rust due to the zinc oxidation speed is very fast. Especially under harsh condition, the speed gets increased. And this is the saltwater test. In case of InnoZinc, there's no problem, but there's no changes as well. But in case of hot deep galvanizing, as you can check from the photos, there are a lot of problems and issues occurred. And we conducted 2 XGUT with 2 millimeters for 9,300 hours, and we could check that there's no white color rust or red color rust. For floating offshore wind, there will be a lot of shaking. So we believe that the physical shock is very important factor. So that's why we conducted a test to check that performance. And after the second tooling of boat, we gave mechanical shock to make comparison of corrosion resistance. If you're worried about the reduction of the anti-corrosion, then our company provides a solution to resecure the corrosion resistance. And with the standard of GISH 8502, we used 4 hours of dry and 50 degrees Celsius of test for 2 hours, and it's much harsher condition. And in case of InnoZinc, 8 to 13 micrometers, and in case of hot deep galvanizing, it's 80 micrometers. So we could see a lot of whitening, white color rust and red color rust in case of hot deep galvanizing. So this is shock resistance and flexibility resistance. In case of InnoZinc, there's no problems and issues in case of shock resistance and flexibility resistance, but hot deep galvanizing, we could see just some cracks and separation of galvanizing. And InnoZinc galvanizing doesn't really have any cracks and separation. So it can be applied to offshore, floating offshore wind farm. We also test galvanic corrosion. So two different metals can make some corrosion. So if we use hot dip galvanizing, we can see a lot of galvanic corrosion. But if we use InnoZinc method, then it can reduce by 51% of galvanic corrosion compared to hot dip method. And we also conducted acid resistance test. So after 3 minutes, in case of hot dip galvanizing, we had a lot of problems. But in case of the InnoZinc, we could confirm that through our test there is no problems. This is eco-friendliness. And InnoZinc is a very eco-friendly method because we do not use we do not use heavy materials which can cause a lot of damages to our environment. We also use wastewater reduction method for pretreatment. And InnoZinc can be applied to floating offshore wind, and this is my sincere wish that our technology can be utilized to Ulsan's floating offshore wind. And thank you for your attention. And I believe that you are tired for sitting for a long time. So from now on until 3:30, we will have break time before we start our third session. So please be seated at 3:30 for the third and final session.
이제 울산이 깨끗하고 푸른 친환경 에너지를 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 바람에 날개를 달다.
울산으로부터 58km 떨어진 동해바다. 연중 강한 바람이 부는 드넓은 대륙붕에 세계 최대 부유식 해상풍력 발전단지가 들어옵니다. 울산, 부산, 경남의 모든 가구가 사용해도 남는 전력을 만들고 연간 930만 톤의 이산화탄소를 줄여 탄소 중립의 꿈에 한 발 더 다가서는 바다 위의 청정 발전소. 울산 부유식 해상풍력. 지구를 위한 좋은 바람을 만들다.
전 세계를 누렸던 울산의 조선과 해양 플랜트 기술. 이제 동해 바람을 만나 다시 한번 바다의 꿈을 펼칩니다. 울산이 만들어가는 도전의 역사가 융합의 기술이 친환경 에너지 강국을 만들어갑니다. 울산 부유식 해상 동력. 기술로 앞서가는 최고의 바람을 만나다. 아무도 울산의 성공을 의심하지 않는다. 지금도 울산의 성공에 찬사를 보낸다. 조국의 미래를 열었다고, 역사를 써왔다고, 이룰 건 다 이뤘다고. 과연 그럴까? 지금이 진짜 우리의 전성기일까? 지금이 가장 위대한 울산일까? 천년을 이어온 국제도시 울산. 산의 기세와 역동하는 바다가 만나는 도시 울산. 이 범상치 않은 땅에 써온 울산의 역사. 우리가 아는 울산보다 더 큰 울산이 있다. 우리가 꿈꾼 미래보다 더 큰 미래가 온다. 바다와 바람으로 만드는 에너지. 쓸수록 깨끗한 도시를 만드는 수소에너지. 동부가 에너지 중심 도시 울산. 원전 해체 산업을 리드하고 울산의 힘으로 한국의 미래를 열어가는 울산 경제 자유구역과 5대 특구로 성장하는 울산. 더 건강한 울산을 위해 새로운 분야의 리더가 되기 위해 준비하는 첨단 의료 산업 기반. 더 편리하고 깨끗한 선진 교통망. 자연과 공존하는 태화강 국가 정원. 역사와 문화의 가치를 지켜나가는 울산. 이미 시작된 미래. 우리가 기다리는 울산. 울산의 미래로 가는 9개의 성장 다리.
We've been busy over the last 12 months. Take a deep breath. Green Investment Group, accelerating the green transition.
Energy is life. We all need it. And it's a source of progress. So today, to contribute to the sustainable development of the planet facing the climate challenge, we are moving forward, together, towards new energies. Energy is reinventing itself. And this energy journey is ours. Our ambition is to be a world-class player in the energy transition. That is why Total is transforming and becoming Total Energies.
More than ever, the planet needs a commitment. Energy must be generated in a sustainable way to become a source of life. This is our mission. Proudly, Today, we have taken the first steps in exploiting the strength of the wind as a source of clean and unlimited energy offshore.
As market leaders, it's our duty to contribute to this innovation. It's our duty to come into something more innovative, something out of the box. Actually, Windflow Atlantic is out of the box.
I would say that the biggest challenge that we have faced was actually to perform the installation and construction activities offshore during the winter, where we had to be inventive to overcome those challenges. The objective of the Windflow Atlantic project was to go further. We have the project installed at 100-meter water depth to show that we could break through and sit these projects in what we call deep waters.
The big structures, which are really big, 30 meters is like an apartment with 10 floors. It's 60 meters wide, and it has been built in 2 shipyards. There was a shipyard in the north of Spain, Navantia shipyard, another shipyard in Lisnave, that's below of Lisbon. 2 floaters have been built there by the company Silva Matos, and they have been assembled in pieces, piece by piece, welded together as a big structure, a triangle structure, that then afterwards was put in the water and towed from the shipyard to the north of Spain, the harbor of Ferrol, where it was moored to the quayside.
So basically it all starts with prefabrication of steel parts and pieces to be later on assembled. It was important for us to test 2 different types of fabrication methods, of fabrication logistics and operations. This was the key, always conserving and keeping controlled environment.
Offshore activities are always planned onshore. From the design of the platforms, all the operations are prepared so that we can do it in the quickest and safest way for everybody involved.
You must have very skilled people with very special training. That's the main thing. Be safe, keep safe, work safe.
This good composition of partnership. Each of them brings something else. I will start with PPI, which is the smallest part, but also very important, as PPI developed the floater technology. Then second is Repsol, so oil and gas experience. And last but not least, OW, Ocean Winds, I should say even the sponsor of Offshore Winds, the 2 founding companies, so DPR and NG, which brought the electric utility core business skills, which is development, construction and operation of energy assets.
OW owns a unique experience. I would say that it is in our plans to deploy those capabilities and this know-how in any market that gives those suitable conditions.
Welcome to the Windflow Atlantic. Join us and become part of the offshore energy future with a pioneer project worldwide. In the end, it's all about the wind energy, the ocean preservation, and above all, the planet's future.
much wind energy would it take to power every household in Los Angeles, Paris, and Singapore? 6 gigawatts. The same.
So let us start the final session of today's forum. We'll invite the first speaker, researcher Shin Sang-jung from Seho Engineering, who will talk about the comparison of mooring devices for 5 megawatt floating offshore wind energy. Please welcome with a round of applause. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Shin Sang-sung, the head of the Research Institute of Seho Engineering, and I will talk about some case studies on the 5 megawatt floating offshore wind power. And Seho Engineering conducted 750 megawatt floating offshore wind energy along with some partner organizations. And we have been doing this since 2016 and other relevant studies. And it was part of the Ulsan Heavy Industries project, and that is the rationale of the research. And this is the contents of my presentation. The first one is development environment for the floating offshore wind power. And second, I'll touch upon early design of 5 megawatt mooring devices and cost analysis for the CAPEX calculation. When designing a floating offshore, the most important thing is to consider and determine some of the environmental conditions to be reflected in the design. The Donghae gas field has some large companies who have been doing this for over a year in-house. But for us, we can't do this. So we are having some difficulties in deciding which factors to be considered. So we have to look at the KEPCO and or nuclear energy, Korea Nuclear Energy Corporation as a reference point for our research. So the most recent 50 years of the Near Sea of Korea is one of the reference materials. And you can see some reference figures in the tables: wave height, wind speed, current speed, tide speed. So these are the factors that we considered for the research for the project. And if you see the table at the bottom, you can see, depending on the sites, the figures and the considerations are different. And in a more stable sea area, where you have to consider different figures. So depending on the stability of the sea area, water area, you have to apply different figures for the design. And for the last 2 years, we have been conducting comparison among the mooring devices commissioned by the Korea Classification Society. So as a environmental condition as a basis, the nodes have to be reviewed depending on the classification to calculate the final load And so depending on the materials, such as polyester and other materials, and anchor load weight should also be calculated. So the AIP process, the AIP certificate that we obtained is for the production of materials that are in accordance with the classification. So chains, anchors, and all the other parts required are calculated through this AIP. And as a result of the comparison, 90% of the early design is possible, according to our estimation. So when you design an anchor or a mooring device, when you put a floater in place, you have to have a satellite coordinates, or you have to think about the depth, water depth. So if the water depth becomes different, then you have to consider different direction. So there are so many factors to be considered when placing the actual floater. So if the water depth becomes different, the pretension should be different too. That applies to the mooring line. So if pretension is different, pretension that applies to the different parts of the floater is different, then you also have to think about adjusting the figures, because the difference might impact the floater structure. So many elements have to be reviewed to decide the working factors for the construction. So the data that you get through the AIP might help you decide the location of the mooring and the position of anchor. So this is helpful for the actual coordinates that you need for the real place for the final structure. And after deciding the mooring line in designing procedure, the characteristics and features of the mooring line are decided, and then you have to think about anchoring. And anchoring is all about analysis of the seabed geology. And there are not many Korean companies who can do that. Well, maybe Hyundai Heavy Industries or Daewoo, some big companies. But those companies too mostly refer to the foreign cases or foreign references. So they don't have their proprietary understanding about the matter. But at SEHO, we conducted our own research, our own study, to have a full understanding of this geology analysis of the deep seabed. So there are two types, cohesive and less cohesive soil. And depending on each characteristic, you have to adjust your basic data and basic design. So for different types of soil, different types of cohesiveness, we have different types of design that we developed. And depending on the depth of the sea area, maybe you can find some cohesive soil, good soil at certain depth, and under that depth, you can only find sand, for example. So depending on the composition of the soil, depending on the water depth, you need to have different approach. And we have that data. So in order to secure the CAPEX data for 5 megawatt unit, we conducted 4 we have a 4-type approach with the data that we obtained through the AIP. And TLP is a very attractive approach, but once installed, it's really expensive. So pricing is also another factor to consider. And the CKP analysis is usually what you do for vessel design, where you have to strike a balance and do the analysis, and then do the structure analysis. So this is what you usually do for vessel design. And the motion kinetic characteristics are very different among the floater, among the structure with the floater in the middle and without the floater in the middle. So you have to have a different approach. And which type of results should be selected and how it should be reflected in the design is also an important element. So we've been doing this. We've been working on floating offshore floater for 5 years. And so probably this is the contribution we can make in order to reduce the CAPEX. So we thought maybe we can do something to reduce CAPEX. And we also thought maybe we can develop some installation methods that are more economical and more effective. So for the 2 items that I just mentioned, we submitted an application for the patent. We filed for the patent. So maybe in the coming fall, we will have something feasible and tangible. We took part in the 8 megawatt floating offshore project. And there's something going on that we are a part of, and we are looking at 2025 for the completion. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Shin.
And our next presentation will be made by Tae-sang, and Mr. Kim will be make a presentation with the title Floating Wind Farm Offshore Service. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Jae-baek, team manager of Daesang. We will talk about a floating offshore wind farm. Like our previous presentation, it's not like very deep research content. So this is our company is a local company, so many of you are not aware of our company. So let me give a brief introduction of our company, and then I will also talk about our assets, etc. This is the overview of Daesang Shipping. Our company was founded in 1991. It has been almost 30 years in business, centering around Ulsan area. We have been focusing on local region, so we are not globally or domestically known, but we have very strong track record. We have about 100 employees, and we directly own 16 vessels, and including the renting, the number will go up. We are located in Ulsan area, so if you have any questions or inquiries, please send us emails. This is our business areas. The first part is heavy cargo transportation section. We are specialized in the heavy cargo transportation. We are also involved in commercial diving. It's been quite long for us doing industrial diving, but recently we are working on commercial diving. And next is SPM, O&M, Maritime Petrol. And this is the service that we provide. Last but not least, we are involved in offshore construction rather than deep sea. We have been working on the project with shallow water. This is our assets. We have one heavy lift vessel, and in case of tugboat, there are 9, including 4 T800 AP. We have 9 vessels. But these are the number of vessels that we directly own, but including the number of the vessels that we provide service with, then the number will increase. And this is our equipment asset. The first is diving equipment. It might not be very familiar with all of you, but unlike the past, the diving process can be controlled through the real-time monitoring. So we can communicate, we can make real-time communication with divers. With our standards, we can dive up to 90 meters. But the possible depth is 60 meters, because the deeper they get, the time is not enough to do our business. So we developed underwater equipment, some of them, including underwater hot tapping machine. And to prevent accident, we have oil water separator and heat exchanger. We also have side scan sonars. This is our track record, our performance record. When it comes to heavy cargo transportation, in 1996, we obtained our license for seaborne business. With Hyundai Heavy Industry and Hyundai and Daewoo Maritime and Samsung Maritime, we have made contracted, and we deliver service for those big major companies. And from 2003 to 2004, we provided the supply boats, and based on that, we are still working on the relevant services. And plant module and the ship, block, and construction heavy cargoes are also areas we are doing. this is SPN, ONM, and Facility Maritime Petrol from 2015 to 2020. Number 1, 2, 3, we SK Energy Ulsan CLX is the project that we worked on, and there's a subsea pipeline conducted by SK Energy. While we were doing the project, there were no single liquids accident from 2019. We have been managing SPN, operation and management. We're also doing the wastewater management, and starting from 2016, we listed on marine response business for when the accident happens, we clean those up. And recently, in case of LiDAR buoy support, we have increased number of projects recently. In 2020, we supported maintenance vessel for Ulsan East floating wind farm LiDARs. And recently, there was an accident actually involving missing LiDARs. We supported connection for that case. And these are the chasing vessel for foreign vessels. Pugro Minor and Pugro Equator, conducted by Mummubaram. Our vessel was participating as a local vessels for patrolling and making communication with Navy. And for a very long time, we participated commissioning as a convey vessel. So we didn't really have a lot of difficulties doing the project. Last but not least, actually today we launched this project, a structure survey for bottom jacket. It's near seawater, so only limited number of vessels can approach that. But fortunately, we have those kind of vessels which can approach to the site. So we, after omitting the sea lives, we made some measurements and we conducted anode survey. And we could confirm the remaining status of anode, whether to determine whether the existing structure can be used further. Sorry. We are equipment operator, so this is our investment plan. First, let me talk about crew transfer vessels. It takes about 5 hours because it's 58 kilometers away. So that's if once we introduce CTVs, it may take 2 to 3 hours of time. It will significantly reduce the required time. And currently, there are a limited number of accommodation. But with this vessel, about 30 people can be transferred at once. Next is dynamic positioning barge, and this is used for operations. The zones for offshore wind farm can be intertwined with the gas infrastructure. And also, once mooring line is completed in the years to come for the floating offshore wind, we would like to make the operation easier and more convenient. That's why we are preparing for these vessels, and we already commissioned the basic design. Our personnel has a lot of experience in those water areas, so later on, for the floating offshore wind projects, I believe that our personnel can be a great resources to those projects. And this is the end of my presentations, and thank you for your attention. And thank you for your presentation.
배경민 신재생 인증 한국 지사장께서
Next, we'll invite Mr. Yang-min Park from DMV, who will talk about safety and floating wind investment by certification. Please welcome with a round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. I am Yang-min Park from DNV Renewable Certification, and DNV, our company DNV, has a history of 150 years, and we have a very strong track record with presence in more than 100 countries. And we have been increasing. We have been conducting a lot of R&D projects, and our area will be ship and offshore, especially classification and advisory service, and management system certification, supply chain, and product assurance is also a key area. And we handle software, platforms, and digital solutions. We provide advisory service and assurance service through technology development. And we also provide the same service in project development and operation. And strategies and investment support is also the expertise that we have for our client. And we have been continuously developing digital tools and services. And for the advancement of technology, we focus on R&D and joint industry projects to keep up with the most recent trend. So this is the organization related to the renewable certification. So in more than 8 countries, 10 offices, we have more than 215 employees working. I'm sorry.
저희가 지금 수행하고 있는 업무는 육상 윈드나 그리고 대상 윈드 그리고 플로팅 윈드.
So onshore wind, offshore wind, and floating wind are the areas that we are covering right now, and the type of certification is for concept approval and prototype certification. And project certification too. And in the floating wind area, with the high wind demo project in 2008, we have been committed to the project for more than 10 years. And DMV guidelines and standards are continuously being developed and maintained. And recently, in September, we published Energy Transition Outlook 2021, and I'm going to introduce part of the floating wind that we included in the Outlook publication. So by 2050, the global capacity from for electricity generation will be 264 gigawatts. And you can see how offshore wind will increase. And by 2050, the floating offshore wind will certainly produce some amount, 58, 60 maybe. And this is the prediction for capacity for each region. And 2040, 2050, unlike 2020, where European countries are leading the trend, well, in 2040, 2050, the shift will towards Asia and North America. And this is the world energy expenditure prediction by source. And by 2025, the fossil energy will reach its peak. And after that point, it will only be reduced. But grid will increase, and non-fossil fuel energy will continuously increase until 2050. So how can wind industry react to the trend? There are three categories. The first one is about cost reduction. And secondly, scalability, scale. So we have to prepare for 800 megawatts or more. So that translates into farms with more than 15 megawatts and wind turbines. And the third point is applicability, because the water depth will be deeper and further from the shore, so we have to adapt. And this graph is about cost. And if you see the first graph, you can see how 75% of the cost will be reduced by 2050. And for LCOE perspective, you'll see 80% reduction if you compare 2020 and 2050. So from the perspective of energy transition, and from the perspective of developers and owners of the project, we can expect huge impacts. And this is an overview of such impacts. So from wind and solar, compared to 2019 and 2020, 2030, we'll see 3 to 4 times of increase in capacity. So according to our expectation, sufficient finance will be available for each project, but no one can be sure about the timeliness of such financing. So to reduce cost, you have to be really agile in adopting the most recent cutting-edge technology. And net zero emission by 2050 will be a key turning point in terms of which technology we have to adopt. And next is floating wind certification. Compared to fixed type or onshore type, floating wind projects have several features. First of all, for turbines, we'd have what the structure of the turbine has to be special, and the controller, power tower design, and the dynamics of the structure, and the reliability has to be higher considering the external environment. And substructure and station keeping also has some different points to consider because the cost will be different. The cost of substructure will be different because the turbines will be established in a large size project, and tank testing, hydrodynamic loading are the points for consideration. And shallow water, synthetic mooring lines, and they are the important elements. And O&M is really important. And high voltage dynamic cable will be also important. And for the installation, and for the installation, certain points have to be considered. And interfaces are also important because floating offshore will have different stakeholders and different parts. So you have to really consider the interfaces among them. So third-party conformity assessment is relevant. So wind turbines and offshore substations and power cables are three aspects you have to consider. So concept, design basis, basic design, and manufacturing, transport, installation, maintenance, and lifetime extension are the consecutive steps that you have to consider. And for floating wind turbines, we are developing standards, related standards for substation and wind turbine. And I told you we cover all the processes, and for each process, modularized approach is available. So why do we need such certification? Certification is a process where you mitigate possible risks. And from the perspective of technology, you have to secure efficiency. And there are certain requirements from developers and requirements for quality. And also from the perspective of finance and insurance, you can also consider some of the factors in the early stage of certification. So risk reduction and value addition are the key factors and key benefits of certification. So in Korea, there is no regulation for third-party certification. So the DMV targets this area for possible contribution. And the certification or proprietary certification process developed by DMV will certainly make a contribution to the clarity of the standards of technologies. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Beck.
The next presentation will be made by the team manager An Sang-hyun from Bide Miller, Korea. He will talk about blade monitoring and Please give him a warm round of applause. I'm very glad to meet you all. My name is An Sang-hyun from Weidmuller, Korea. Let me talk about the wind solution of Weidmuller. Maybe a lot of you are not familiar with Weidmuller, so let me briefly give a brief introduction and including two features of our services. Weidmuller is a German company. It started Westphalia. It's a global electromaterial producer. The headquarters of our company is located here, the northern part of Germany, Detmoller. So we started centering around Europe, and now we are doing our business in China, North America, South America, and actually all across the world. We have our own branches, and we have about 22,500 clients. We have 30 branches and representative office of 60. So we have 950 sales representatives worldwide, and we have about 5,000 employees and 1.2 trillion wons of sales volume. These are our management level personnel. In the middle, there's a CEO, and the left side, Dr. Timo Berger, is Chief Operating and Marketing Manager, and the right side, he's our CFO. We started our business in 1850 as a textile company, and first we made just buttons for clothes. In 1948, we started our business for terminal block business. In 2013, a module type IO business started. In 2019, we expanded our technology center and further expanded our R&D. And our products is about solutions for panel building devices and field level. We provide the services. We have terminal block and connector and PCB terminal blocks. And next, when it comes to electronics, we include power supply, relay, and SSI, signal conditioner. Those are products. And I told you we increase our R&D mostly in PLC and remote I/O and industrial hub. And different clients have different requirements, so we provide customizing solutions. Let me skip the explanation about the Korean branches of our company. We provide two different solutions, and the first one is the blade monitoring system. Literally, blade is the blade on the turbine. On the 1/3 of location, there's sensors on the blade to manage risks. For more detailed explanations, these are blade sensor is kind of vibration sensors. So input data can be delivered to measuring unit, and with AP method, we send our information through nacelle, and those turbine controller information can be combined with nacelle information to ECU. Then through the ECU's program, we can expect several situations for blades. So this is WebBees program of our company. This includes the turbine information, including wind speed and outside temperatures. And internally, vibration data. We used all those data to forecast the condition. So through this system, we can do a blade monitoring, so we can make a early diagnosis. For example, thunderstroke can cause some damage to damage. Blade can make crack due to thunderstroke. So we have some range of vibrations spectrum. So we can notice some differentiation of the vibration. And another part is that inside the blade, the spar web crack can be noticed by vibration. You can check the measurement of 3 different vibrations with dots. The green parts can go upside, and you can see the differentiations. You can notice our spar webs crack. And this is the more detailed explanation of the damage caused by thunderstroke. If you see the photo, you can see the edge side of the blade is damaged after thunderstroke. So the vibration is different. Vibration can be changed according to the damage. So aerodynamic perspective, we can also notice some differentiations and changes in blade. The load factor the gap of the load factor will increase further and further. You can see the blue line here. You can check this point. This is drive trains, and torsion will increase. Torsion of drive train will increase if something happens on blade. The torsion will increase, and then amplitude will increase 10 times more. When some problem happens, amplitude will increase significantly for a short period of time, after short period of time. And this is blade bearing deficiency case. In this case, this is the first spot of problem occurrence, and for the 15 months, you can see the difference of amplification. After 15 months, we changed bearing, then the problem improved. So we can forecast the problems. So after 15 months, we could change bearing. So our product provide chance for problem forecasting area. So this is the solution for diagnosis and problems. And another area is ice detection system. When there's ice snows, blades can be frozen, and it can make ice snowing on the blades. Then it will cause problem when it comes to efficiency, especially in the northern part of European area. Due to the harsh weather condition, those problems occur often. And this is ice dive. As you can see the photo on the right side, there is a thin layer of ice on the blade. It usually happens when those blade is not operation, but even during the operation it can happen. the coated ice. You can figure out some coated ice. And you can see the icing area on the edge side on the blade. Then the fragment clip will cause some problems. And the graph on the bottom side, these are amplitude of the same turbines. As you can see from the first phase, the vibration is similar, but after certain time passed, there is a increasing gap among 3 and 4 different lines. So we can make a pre-diagnosis of the issues. On the right upper side of the photo, you can see the thickness of ice. This is a very serious case. It's about 4 centimeters thick. The fragment is really big. So when it is melting or when it is fragmentizes due to the vibration, it can cause some problem with the efficiency of our blades. We measure this with the vibration of blades. This is the actual case in Australia with 2 turbines. So in case of blades monitoring, within 53 hours of time we could detect. But in case of nacelle monitoring, it took more than 160 hours. So with the blade monitoring system, it was much faster to detect those icing problems. Of course, global performance record is important. So we sold more than 4,000 systems to turbine companies, and currently more than 2,750 cases of monitoring is being provided from our company. We send alarm services to when problem and issues occur. And in 2008, we obtained our first certification of our system. This is global performance record. We are a German company, so most cases focused on the European area. Onshore, we have had 3,419 cases in offshore area. We have 200 cases, and in case of North America, we have a lot of record as well, and South America as well. Domestically, we haven't had a track record yet, but we will definitely make further cases domestically. Let me introduce one more solutions. Müller is investing a lot in renewable energies. Of course, that includes wind tower solutions. It's quite simple. This is LED system lighting the area so that the workers can do their operations. And sockets, and for emergency cases, we provide UPS systems and wiring harness. So we provide a full set of solutions in accordance with, actually it's a customizing service. So these are full set, including batteries and USBs and everything. So it can be used for emergent cases for providing lightning. We have a lot of track record in this field as well. In European areas, for several decades, we have been providing these solutions. And more than 2,000 cases in regarding selling LED sets, and more than 8,000 units of power outlet boxes. And you can see the displayed LED in the back side, so you can just take a look at it if you're interested. These are photos, as I mentioned earlier. We calculate the length of towers, and we provide a full set, including wiring. So you can just install and make connection on site. and the lighting level of our LED is very good. So single or two-way solution is included. So, and towers as well as near side of the letter is brightened. And this is end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. An, for your presentation.
Next, we'll invite Taemyeong Elevator, the head of the Research Institute, Lee Kyung-woo, who will talk about Marine Blade Access Platform for the offshore wind project. Please welcome with a round of applause. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Lee Kyung-woo from Taemyeong Elevator. Our company has 35 years of experience in elevator, a passenger elevator, and we also supply to the Navy for freight. And I'm going to talk about something a little bit different from what we usually do. It's a blade access platform. As you all know, Korean government declared a carbon neutrality and renewable energy target by 2030, by 2020, 2050. So a lot of interest has been created since. And most of the presenters talked about how to design and how to manufacture the blades for the offshore project. And what we do at our company is related to the operation, especially the maintenance of the structure. So we talk about capacity factor, which stands at usually 30% of the project, or give or take, depending on the project, but average 30%. For example, if you look at European countries, the capacity factor should be at least 30% for stable operation, and that should be reflected and considered in this stage of designing and how to deploy in which type of way, and maintenance, how effectively maintain the structure. If you fail at maintenance, then small crack can grow into large ones like you see in this photo, and the blade will break like you see in this photo. So you have to either change the blade or wind turbine if the breakage is too large to repair. So loss will be incurred, of course. And blade is the only parts that are exposed to the environment, weather condition. So lightning or icing, or someone mentioned rain and snow, birds, crash with birds. So if you fail at maintaining blades, then what you're going to see is this. And this picture is from Jeju Island, the actual farmland, actual wind farm in Jeju Island, and the results of the maintenance. And this is the chronological order from left to right. And I asked the workers who repaired this, and they told me it took about 15 days. So, for 15 days, workers come and go. And they also need some other facilities for the repair. So the total cost of all of this is, of course, much cheaper than building a new one. But a capacity factor maintenance is a really important factor. And in Korea, 500 units of wind generators are established, and in most cases, people just climb up the turbine, climb up the structure that is 80 to 100 meters high on average. So, removing damages from the blade and doing other things on the blade is really dangerous. So what they know it's dangerous, but there's no other way to do this, and that's why they do this. And they sometimes use this crane that looks like this. They carry the people, repair workers to the blade. So it's like sky crane. An offshore wind turbine, not the usual wind turbine, and not to mention offshore ones, are not really accessible with most of the sky cranes. So blade repairing work is really challenging. Almost impossible by the sky crane and really difficult by people on a rope. But this is what usually happens in Korea. So this is the video clip, 3-minute long, from the Extreme Jobs broadcast on EBS. So if you see here in the video, you can see how the workers are, getting ready to, the workers carry everything with them, everything that is required for the repair work. Because you have to approach the blade to do the work. They have to check certain systems, whether it works well. So you can see how people climb up to approach the blade, and they also repair, do the repairing work, painting, and now is the curing work. So they have to mix the curing materials and paint, but they can't do this in advance. They have to do this on spot to prevent the because it gets hardened if you do it in advance. You have to do it on spot, and they hang in the air and they do this. And blades have lower RPM, but they're long. So the actual speed is close to negative. That's close to minus the Mach. And I talked to a couple of workers, and they said, well, it takes about 2 to 3 days for one blade for repair work. So it's not something they can finish just within a day. So they have to be hung in the air on a rope, which is extremely dangerous, but probably the only possible option. So the workers have to work in an extreme condition. Workers have to have a license about roping. So there is this license for roping. So this is one of the restrictions. And there's a training required. So supply of personnel is really difficult. And that translates into the high labor cost. And good for the workers, but bad for the owner and manager. And the rope has to go from the top to the bottom, only one way, no the other way. So the cost is really high to put the person on the top of the blade. And the wind speed is really important. If the wind speed is over 10 meters per second, it's impossible to put people up there. But 10 meters per second is nothing if you feel it on the ground, but if you feel the wind over 10 meters per second at 100 meters high, 100 meters height, it's lethal. And that's why you do this work usually in summer. And well, it's not like you do this every day. You can do this every day. The weather has to allow it. And for floating wind especially, it's not fixed, right? So working efficiency is very poor. So heaving, rolling, and yawing mostly, and it's practically impossible to do the roping, to hang on the rope on the floating structure. So there is a blade access platform, the BAP, mostly in European countries. So this is blade guide type. The left one is blade guide type or man basket type, and on the right is tower guide type or 360 type. So depending on the size, you can choose between the two. And the market in Korea, the awareness level in Korea is not really high as of yet. And there are foldable types because there are different types of blade and size, different sizes of blade. So foldable type is probably more feasible, and it is being developed and deployed right now. And this is what we are thinking about. And of course, it'd be better if we were richer, but we have to take the most out of what we have. So tear weight, working load, and allowable wind speed are the important factors to consider of all this. So, most of the load will be focused on the in-car of the base frame. So we have to minimize the load. So in developing the BAP, we use aluminum alloy instead of steel in order to reduce this load and weight. And it should be designed for two-person work because you can't do this alone. And up and down speed is 10 meters per minute. And well, maximum allowable wind speed, one of the most important factors, as I said, is 14 meters per second. We refer to the European case, and we have to do the further research on this, but this is usually acceptable. And 17 meters per second is the average speed of a typhoon, so 14 meters per second is I think it's okay. And dimension, if we look at dimension, is dimension when folded, because you have to use a ship to get to the blade, to get to the blade or offshore structure. So we are thinking about 2 meter, 2 meter, 1.5 meters. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Lee.
And next is this special session, and P2G green hydrogen production and utilization will be the title of the next presentation. The CEO Kwon Soon-chul of K Watercraft will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause. I'm very glad to meet you. My name is Kwon Soon-chul, CEO of K Watercraft. It's a little bit different from the previous presentations, and rather than the chemicals, I would like to focus on chemical side. From the perspective, from the electromechanical perspectives, I would like to introduce some technologies that can component of renewable energies. So how we can convert to hydrogen energy with excessive energies. With extreme weather conditions due to the climate change, the weather patterns are changing significantly. In Korea, the flood pattern is changing, and drought pattern is also changing as well, with the shortened period of spring season, fall seasons. In order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, globally, a lot of investments are being made in the area of eco-friendly. So electrification is the area that a lot of people are paying attention to. The renewable energy has a high cost, so we may have to increase the frequency of usage of renewables. In case of renewables, the amount of generation of renewables is ahead of natural gas. So in the sooner or later, we will use more amount of renewable energies. So we have to think about economic feasibility and eco-friendliness and safety, as well as sociality. And I think the most important is the utilizing renewables, including solar and wind power. As you can see here, in one side there are the solar and tidal power and wind power. In one area, this is our plan. Through this, we can achieve RE100. We can make a step closer to the achievement of RE100. And REG2 and ESS should be further provided, so we can utilize the excessive energy of solar and wind energy. I will skip this slide, and Ulsan, I believe, will be the hub of the floating offshore wind in Korea. So a lot of projects will be made and is underway as well. But renewable energy has some issues as well, as you may well know. So energy interference and imbalance problems occur in renewable. So how we storage and those excessive energy can be another issue. So we need to come up with a new idea of storaging method. Especially invertible-based renewable energy should be considered further with P2G method. P2G is to produce hydrogen from solar energy and wind energy. So floating offshore wind can produce some excessive amount of energy, and it can be converted to the hydrogen power. Then if it happens, we can use whenever we need. Whenever we need, we can take those energy from storage, so it can be a good option for us. As you may well know from this slide, this is green hydrogen basis electricity generation with utilizing wind energy. So we can secure energy sources in this way. So with the combination of green hydrogen, we can make a power-to-generation hydrogen system to produce hydrogen. And already some foreign countries are utilizing this system. And this is a very simple mechanism of this. For example, with wind generation, if we provide electricity and we have some excessive energy, then those excessive energy can be stored as hydrogen, and so if we need to use those energy, we can take those energy out of the storage. So it can be also utilized for fuel for cars. And it has a lot of benefits. So for the green hydrogen, we need to utilize renewables. In that way, we can open the real terms of hydrogen market. So all those deficiencies can be converted to benefits. Advantages. Let me make a simple comparison to P2G and Li-ion battery. Battery can store electricity, and if some problem occurs when it comes in terms of transmissions, we can solve it. With a battery, there's a lot of limitations, space and time limits. And we can, but with this method, we can store excessive energy, so which will definitely increase the efficiency of energy use. As you may well know, by 2050, 80% of renewable energy is their target by 2050 in case of Germany. Not only Germany, but United States of America will be replacing the green hydrogen. And we would like to vitalize these businesses. To do that, we also have to consider our values, not only the market, the system. Generation and P2G and gas market should go in line together. How can we utilize P2G in Korea? This year, Jeju area is a site which will have this project. So for feasibility study in Jeju Island, there will be feasibility tests will be carried out, and with the Jeju area, there will be the hub for the green hydrogen, not only to produce electricity, we can always condense the excessive energy for storage. Let me talk about hydrogen economy. Why people are talking about hydrogen? There's one point, because the hydrogen is the only energy source that people can make. If we can make this hydrogen energy, then we wouldn't be affected by increasing oil and gas prices overseas market. That's why the whole world is focusing on this type of energy. And the USA, Europe, and Japan, and China. Actually, Europe is the leader in this part. Originally, European region used solar panels and through P2G method, and USA and Japan and China are preparing for this, but Europe is the very advanced region. That's why we have to catch up with their expertise and knowledges and experiences to stabilize our energy status. And the hydrogen economy will increase, And 18% of the whole energy generation will be replaced by hydrogen energy. The most important keyword is production of hydrogen, how we can produce hydrogen in a cost-effective manner, and how eco-friendly we can produce hydrogen is a key. And chemically, there's a green hydrogen, there are green hydrogen, gray hydrogen, and blue hydrogen. But we are focusing on green hydrogen because those two are not eco-friendly. So we are focusing on green hydrogen because it's the real eco-friendly way of energy. In Korea, through distribution energy activation, we are pushing ahead with many strategies, not only hydrogen, but also all other types of storage. We use distribution energy system, and those types of energy doesn't emit any greenhouse gas emissions. That's why this is not an option but a requirement. As you may well know, hydrogen is unstable. That's what a lot of people think. But in fact, it's really light. It's not likely that we see explosion. So there's no need to worry about explosion for hydrogen. So we need to keep producing green hydrogen energy. If we manage well, we don't have to worry about the risk of explosion, and we will be able to have the stable system to keep a certain amount of production. And this is renewable energy. So the keyword of the hydrogen market is utilizing renewable energies to produce hydrogen. If we do that, we will make establishment in harbor areas, then eco-friendly vessels will come and forth. And in doing so, the real meaning of clean town will be established as a hydrogen cluster, and which will lead to industrial revitalization, and all future technologies will be combined in the future town, and through which we can be the first mover, and even we can make a game changer through renewable energies like floating offshore and solar energies, as well as other types of renewable energy. This is the path that we have to go going forward. This is the large-scale generator, and we are making the demonstration phase now. And if there is a lot of wind, then we can build a system with high efficiency through wind power. So a lot of people will be joining our journey to save our Earth with all together. Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Lee.
And we have the other special session, the last one of today's forum. So we'll invite COP Manager Chang Dok-jin from Emerson, Korea.
큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 마지막 세션입니다.
We've now reached the final session. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. I am Chang Dok-jin from Emerson, Korea, and I am a COP manager. And it's my delight and honor to be the last presenter of this forum. And I am going to talk about the electrolysis for the hydrogen energy. And I'm sure most of you have heard about digital twin. And I'm going to talk about how we can utilize digital twin for the effective and more efficient electrolysis. And Emerson is a solution company. We provide a total solution for the sustainable and greening and sustainability. And greening is probably the right word that can summarize the direction of our company. And greening of, greening by, and greening with are the three frameworks. So greening is mostly about reducing the carbon emission. That's the greening off. And greening by is how we can work with our partner organization to reduce the greenhouse gases or carbon emission. And greening with is not just with our partner organizations, but also with government agencies and industry associations. And it is about how we can contribute to developing new policies. So these are the three main directions that we pursue at Emerson. We have conducted various projects related to hydrogen, and this is the reference for the project. And the fuel cell stack manufacturing is for the fuel cell, and alkaline electrolyzer, and for big size plants, the hydrogen plants, auto control system, and for the fueling station, we provided solutions. So my presentation is about digital twin, but if you have any inquiries or any questions you have regarding other types of projects and solutions, you may contact me anytime after the presentation. So I'll delve into digital twin. The hydrogen industry has lots of challenges to be tackled. And among those many challenges, since we are at the early stage, the operators have to think about probably personnel, technology, and regulation for the hydrogen production, and collaboration with the regulators. So the challenges, the scope of challenges are very broad. And in order to tackle these challenges, we aim to provide more substantial help and also in improving the ROI. So what is the digital twin? Well, it is what it says, digital twin. You make a twin, and that twin is digital. So if you, let's say you build a factory, and then you copy the factory and make it into data, and you build a virtual plant, the same one. So this virtual factory, well, in the past, it's just the function of the virtual factory is rather for simple calculation or computation, but right now it is more close to the real one, the real factory, that reflects the realistic choices. And from our experience with various projects, if you compare the digital outcome and the real outcome, well, the difference is less than 1%. So the digital twin is very real in that sense. And there are many pros for the digital twin. For example, Well, if there are certain things that you cannot do right away, right on the actual plant and actual cases, and then you can build up a scenario and you can test with the scenario to see how your plan goes. Or for the perspective of operation, will you have the certain optimal figures or optimal figures, and you want to see how they work. You want to see whether they really work. So you do that on the simulation. So the biggest strength of the simulation is the fast results confirmation, and there's no limit in the number of attempts you can make. So let's say it takes about 2 days for the actual operation, and then you can do the simulation and see the results and see if you like them. And I told you there's no restriction in the number of attempts you can make. So you can do the simulation in whatever number you'd like. You can repeat it. So you can have an ample amount of time for the testing before the actual application of your theory. And this is what we've been doing for our projects. So this is the life cycle. And if you add digital twin to the life cycle of the general project, you'll get lots and lots of benefits. So design, commission, and operation is the 3 stages you see in the most life cycle of the project. So you design a project, and you do the commissioning, and you operate. So when there's an error in an early design, or early defect in a design, and then it becomes bigger and bigger along the project life cycle line. So at an operation stage, the small error becomes so big. But if you add a digital twin from the beginning, and then you can do the optimization along the process, real time. So you can test and validate your design theory and design framework. And you can see, well, you can do the test between the process and commissioning. So before commissioning, you can do the test and see how it works. And and it can also secure some integrity for process of starting up, which is usually challenging. So you have a virtual factory, virtual plant, before you have your actual plant. So at a stage of commissioning and starting up, so at the commission stage, you can involve operators and manager and maintenance workers and other workers that will be involved in later stages and in usual life cycle. So you can secure early involvement and engagement of the stakeholders. And optimization can happen real time. And even for the part where you can have a early prediction, or you can't have early prediction, you can see what is going to happen. And the deep bottlenecking is also possible. And the incident analysis becomes easier, because when incident happens, it's really hard to determine the root cause of the incident, but you can do the simulation by inserting all the possible incidents before the operation. So the 3 stages of design, commissioning, and operation For the actual project,
여러 가지 디자인에 대한 컨펌 그리고
so
검증 단계를
confirm,
가능하게 하고요. 커미셔닝
confirm and validate
저희가 세이프티 관련
the design
체크를 할 수가 있고
at the design process, and you can
할 수가 있습니다.
conduct lots of tests
그리고 오퍼레이션 단계에서는
at a commissioning test, and at operation stage you can simulate various scenarios for various issues, possible issues.
수전의 공정인데요. 이 수전의 공정에서 이제 디지털 트윈을 하게 되면
And you can use the digital twin for electrolysis too.
워터 트리트먼트
So water treatment and H2 treatment can be the two processes where you can take the most out of this digital twin. Or you can increase the purity of the water for effective production of hydrogen. And for example, if you can improve 2 to 3% of the purity, then the result will be dramatic. And if you increase the purity of water, you can remove all the impurities. That can translate into longer lifetime of the total life cycle. And that can also mean the reduction of cost.
디지털 트윈에 대해서 저희가 이제 수소 분야는 매우 지금 시작하는 단계지만
So in the hydrogen industry,
다른 산업 분야, 특히 발전 그리고
it hasn't been long since the digital twin was adopted in the hydrogen industry, but many other fields have already used the digital twin. And digital twin is a market-proven technology and approach. So it's not a science fiction. It is being used and it is being proven effective. And especially in electrolysis, the production cost is an issue, as far as I know. So digital twin will be a breakthrough in reducing the cost, I'm sure. So we have a lot of experience in conducting projects using digital twin, and more and more technologies are being born in the hydrogen industry, and the new catalysts are being developed. So I believe the possibility for digital twin is really huge, and I see a real opportunity of testing digital twin in new areas in hydrogen industry. Thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Chung, I really enjoyed your presentation. And that wraps up our session. Thank you so much for your support and thank you so much for setting out the conference. And my special thanks goes to Moonmubaram, Alcanor, GIG, and Total Energies, KF Wind, CIF Energy, and SKS for your support. And of course, thank you so much for those of you watching the event through online platform, and I look forward to your continued support. So this wraps up the two-day events of the International Forum of Floating Offshore Wind Farm 2021. Thank you so much, and see you next year.